they gear up for launch. Boom is a non-custodial Bitcoin payment wallet built on Stacks with SBTC support, and the core idea is simple but powerful. Make Bitcoin payments feel as easy as sending a message. Instead of wallets being complicated tools only power users love, Boom is focused on real-world usage, everyday payments, merchants, peer-to-peer transfers, without giving up self-custody and security. The timing could not be better. So let's dig into why they're building this, who it's for, and what people should expect as Boom gets ready to go live, fully live. And we have Dan Trevino and Suresh Singh in the house. How are you, my friends? Are you guys doing well? I hope you're catching a break for the holiday season we're dropping into. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Likewise. It's 4 p.m. here in England. It's getting dark, miserable weather.
Oh, well, that's not too bad then.
Yeah. Miserable is the word sunny for UK.
Well, isn't that kind of just common for the UK?
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm being, pretty much.
Yeah. No, but you know what though? Actually, I think you guys know Jamie Fletcher from the dog pool coin and all the cool stuff he's probably.
Yeah.
He comes on periodically, and there was one day where he was talking about it being a sunny day, and I was surprised because I didn't think you guys actually had any of those ever. So it does happen though, I guess, from time to time.
We have good summers to be honest. We have decent summers. I think Jamie's I think based in Bristol, down south. Yeah.
I think you're correct. I'm not positive about that, but so it varies like the U.S. to some degree. The further north you get, it's a little cooler.
Yeah. I think the only comparison I have, to be honest, I have told it's actually the same, is Seattle's weather is very similar to UK weather. So that's a comparison I can give people. Anyway, so let's kick off.
Yeah. Let's. So, Dan, you've been working on Boom for quite a while. In its current iteration, I want to say for probably about a year, with what you're, or maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's been about a year since we've been kind of quietly waiting, seeing this develop, to see what's coming on it. And it's a use case we really need more of in the ecosystem. So tell us a little bit about. For those that aren't aware, because I'm quite familiar, which is uncommon for me. I like to actually do these when I know less about the project, so I have more curiosity behind my questions. So why don't you give us a little bit of a background? What is Boom for? What are you building Boom for?
How much background do you want? I can tell you where we started back at the Stacks launch date.
Whatever you think is important for people to know about the project.
Okay. Well, we launched with the Stacks mainnet launch back in 2021 with Boom as a web wallet at the time and an NFT platform. We were the first NFT platform. We have the first NFTs minted on the Stacks network, and we ran that for
first NFT mint.
As far as I know, yeah, I think. Frieger, who I'm sure you know of, has kind of verified that for us. We didn't see any other NFT mint contract or clarity calls before that. So we did that for a while. I got recruited into a Bitcoin startup, and so Boom kind of languished for a while. I left the Bitcoin startup in February, was it last year? 2024. February 2024, and went back to Boom, really. At the time, they were starting to talk about SBTC and the Nakamoto upgrade, and I really saw that. I saw SBTC with the faster speeds on Stacks that were going to be coming down the road. which I guess didn't show up until like September or so of 24.
Nakamoto was November.
November. There you go. So we were, I think, initially promised that in July, and so we started building. I saw
April.
It
was supposed to launch in April, right around the halving.
Maybe July was one of the intermediate.
That might have been one of the first target. Like the target extension was July. I think you're right.
But anyway, so earlier in the year, I saw SBTC and the promise of a faster Stacks network, and I was looking around, and I thought we really have an opportunity to be a better Lightning than Lightning here. With SBTC, one-to-one peg, with Clarity, with the full decentralization of a Stacks network versus kind of centralized nodes in Lightning, I thought this is a better opportunity. So we started targeting like building out a payments system, kind of more like Cash App, more like Venmo, for those of you who are familiar with those, strictly kind of focused on simplifying payments. And we started building that out until, Resh, was it like September, October when we started pivoting of the end of last year, maybe November?
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also more on Nostr, and so Nostr was actually making some good headway in the same direction. But my concern was really about trying to put Stacks activity onto Nostr. Nostr has decentralized relays. It's very cool. I love the tech and I love where they're going. But I think there's still like the opportunity there to censor different note types. Like you have to specify types of notes that when you're sending them onto these relays, and some of that can be reused. But the way I was looking at potentially using Nostr, I was like, we were going to have some of our own custom note types, and whether those got picked up by the relay nodes to actually move forward, whether they were actually supported, because different relays can support different types of notes at their will, was an open question. And so I thought it's better if we just kind of take this into our own hands rather than relying on a network that may or may not be open to, a different use case. So we pivoted more into building Boom as the social wallet that we wanted, based on a Stacks L2, based on Clarity and SBTC, because I thought that's where like our largest feature set really could come from. The largest capability set could come from those things. And so from that time, we've been building out what is essentially 3 apps, which I know people are going to beat me over the head for. But we're building a wallet, we're building a marketplace, we're building a chat app, and then of course all the infrastructure to support those different things. So your comment about us taking a while, we could have probably kind of shortened our. I know that wasn't a criticism. I know it's just like it's the reality. We could have probably shrank our feature set a little bit and done this quicker, but we've kind of built it incrementally, and I really wanted to make something that's going to be different from what every other wallet out there is. And actually, we kind of pivoted away from just calling it Boom Wallet, which just Boom. The app, the wallet, is more focused on being in the background and supporting what you want to do, rather than being a kind of first-class citizen in the or first-class app in itself. Similar to, you go to Amazon, you don't have your wallet up front, right? Your wallet just comes in when you want to make a payment.
The marketplace is what's up front that people are interacting with.
Exactly. Right. And so we're trying to bring that kind of experience into Stacks Web3, Bitcoin Layer 2s, again, with the idea that SBTC is the right play for this, and that Stacks' faster network is really going to be a key enabler. And we've seen that so far. And so that's where we are. We're still kind of finishing up some pieces today, but we're pretty close on completing that whole 3-app bundle journey.
Just want to add to what Dan shared there. I think what you stated is quite fair criticism or feedback in terms of it taken a while, because we're supposed to be done middle last year or towards September, October. But what we have found in every iterations we have done or Dan has done is that once you build to a certain level, you say, oh, there's limitation at this part. We need to address this part. So anybody who says that, this can be easily, I can launch in 3 months, welcome to try it. I promise you, I assure you.
Yeah, listen, I certainly didn't mean it as criticism.
No. We didn't take it that way at all.
Totally understand. Our website is still, we understand. We're definitely trying to build stuff out, and we're not as we're less far along in the last year than you guys are, and we've so it's. I totally understand, and honestly, you're better off taking your time and putting out a good functioning product that is what you want. And rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline,
Well, I mean, yeah, there's this whole lean startup thing. Like you can argue this both ways, but it is what it is. I have certain feelings about what I want to release, just me personally, and that gets in the way of some of it sometimes because I'm like, I don't really like this chat. I want to redo the chat now, or which Rich gets frustrated with, but.
So, I mean, if I were, and you guys are, I know you've been cranking and you're towards the finish line of getting to market. I've already played around with the app in the background. Very cool. I know that there's obviously you're still in like a beta function, trying to work out some kinks, but it's very functional, very, very much. The roadmap is clearly there. And it's only a matter of time, but you also want to make sure so you mentioned the 3 components. There's the wallet, which is fundamental infrastructure for any application on chain, on any chain.
Quite honestly, the easiest part of this whole thing.
Right. But the social part of it is more important than because a wallet is a wallet is a wallet. But what you can do with it is important, and the chat functionality and the marketplace functionality both make it a more engaging application than just a wallet, and those are the features that I want to play with. I have a wallet. I have a number of wallets. It's not just another wallet. That's not what Boom is. And I actually am glad you guys aren't really. I try to refer to it as Boom or Boom.money because I realize that while there is a wallet layer, that's not what this is really for. It's about the economy that it's and the necessary components of having it actual exchange happening.
At a deeper level, even kind of below that, it's about the community, right?
Right.
Like my vision, when I think about the best part of or the best version of this is a bazaar where people are interacting with each other, people are buying and selling, but there's a community formed around Bitcoin. And getting that economy moving, right? So you'll be able to buy locally with Bitcoin. You'll be able to buy remotely with Bitcoin very easily without having to go through 2 different places to do those different things with a community that you may not know, right? You're stepping out to existing Lightning or Bitcoin shops right now, and that might be fine. There's some great ones, but we're trying to kind of pull that together and kind of create a community that is interested in building a Bitcoin economy, and that's kind of at the lowest level. That's what it's about.
And it's important. There's a lot of creators. Our model is more creator content focused, but content creators are looking for commerce for their content. That's the goal of creating the content, is either to get attention for other stuff you're selling or to specifically be selling the content, or both, monetizing the stuff you're creating. And there's not really a really good central place to do that right now. And Resh had actually asked me the other day about whether we were interested in setting up a smart shop on Boom, and 1000% we are. We don't have a merch store yet for DeOrganized, and it's something people have been telling me we should do. And I don't disagree. It's just it's a bandwidth issue. That's the same. A year ago I should have been putting out putting out a merch shop. I'd have some T-shirts out there in the marketplace where free branding and people pay, and some revenue streams. But this is actually going to be a catalyst for me to get off my butt, get some merch together, figure out how we're going to create a merch store, put it in Boom, and then get that on our website and be able to distribute that. That's something we can then market on our platforms and get some exposure. And Boom's going to help facilitate that, where we can, there are plenty of Web 2 opportunities out there right now, but I really want to see, and I think that not that this is necessarily going to be built into V1 right now, or the current version of Boom, but soon with like my vision, what I hope to see relatively soon is people that don't even have a crypto wallet yet are getting exposed to what we're doing. They go into one of our channels, one of our apps, something we're doing that onboards them to create a wallet through Boom. They now have a wallet. They now have their account. They are going into our smart shop. They don't even really know they have a wallet. They just set up an account.
Exactly.
They might have a passkey or something. They might not even have a passkey. It might even just be connected to their social media account, their whatever. And then they actually facilitate a transaction where they're just using their regular debit card, credit card. It on-ramps into crypto, abstractively, where they don't even know it. We're getting paid in crypto, either USDC on Stacks or SBTC or STX, whatever we choose, because we can program that on the back end. The user doesn't ever even have to experience it. And we're selling some merchandise. We're getting the crypto. They're engaging in the crypto economy and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that's kind of lost sometimes when there's been a lot of hype recently about passkeys, and I've been one of the people who's been kind of poo-pooing passkeys, not because I think it's a bad idea, but I think that onboarding to a wallet is effectively useless if you've got nothing to do with it, right? Like, I can create a wallet and I can get you into a wallet with a passkey in a few seconds, but what are you going to do next? Right? You've got to have something to do with that wallet, and you don't even have crypto yet. You can't go get a username without Stacks. You can't go and do any DeFi. You can't do anything, right? You've got a wallet with nothing in it. So my point is not necessarily against passkey, but that we need to focus on the larger picture, which is one of our key metrics is time to first transaction, right? And I want to have you doing your first transaction within 30 seconds.
Right.
So you're right. You shouldn't have to know about your Bitcoin address and
you shouldn't have to know
any of that stuff.
Literally just be. It really should be. I'm giving you my credit card information. You're taking my cash, putting it into a crypto account for me. Basically my wallet is my account, right?
Right.
And my user account. And so that user account though can be composable into other apps once it exists on chain.
Right. Yeah.
And my ability to log into it can be
part of it is when you're interacting, let's say with DeOrganized Media's smart shop, there's some value in the pseudonymity. Yeah, whatever that is. Pseudonymous transactions, right? Like maybe you want to go buy a mug and you don't want anybody to know you bought a DeOrganized mug. But the reality is you're going to have to ship a mug to somebody. And so there's going to have to be shipping information potentially and some identifier that makes sense to a delivery organization, whether it's like UPS or like the USPS, and they have different rules about what names you can use and what names you cannot use, right? We've kind of found this out over time. I think Resh brought this to our attention. And so we one of the things we're doing during our onboarding is everybody gets a name, a name is basically key to the platform, and it's free. So we're not onboarding you to a wallet and then saying, here's some stacks, go buy a name. We're giving you a name at the beginning. It's free, it's fast, and that way when somebody goes to buy a mug, you know that you're dealing with dan.boom.btc or resh.boom.btc, right? And that also kind of feeds into trust building over time, right? You can see like dan.boom.btc has never, I don't know, returned merchandise or whatever like that, or never had issues with sellers. Or you can see that DeOrganized Media has fulfilled 100% of their shipping issues, and nobody has ever complained about them, right? And everybody rates them as 5-star. So those names also help you build trust over time, and that's kind of a key, right? Like I was telling Resh this a while back. One of the triggers for this whole thing about the social piece of it was the realization that money is social, right? Like that's not a realization to a lot of people, but it's a realization that I had while I was at my in-laws' place in India, right? And there, in the community, within the community, my in-laws can go down the street without cash, without money, go to a shop and say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z. They can get a short-term kind of pass, right, on okay, we know you're going to pay later, but that trust exists because there's a community that knows each other, right?
Right. It's social credit, not in the Orwellian way, but in the actual like how it exists in real life way.
I know you, and so I can do this for you, right? I know that you live down the street, and I know that you've always paid me back within a day or two, and so this whole need for names and identifiers, I think, feeds into that social credit, and I think it's key to kind of helping us build out the economy this way.
100%. Do you see? So, you point that I hadn't considered coming into this conversation, but privacy is a thing, and it is becoming more present, an issue to solve. Like I saw something, I can't remember the details of who. I think I saw it on X. Someone was posting about how they had paid someone $30 in USDC, and then that person was asking them about like how much money they have, because it was they could see how much money they had in that wallet, and or if it's not that hard to actually trace back to other wallets that person may control and see all of their financial, or a significant amount of financial information that they might not want to share, just to send somebody $30 in a payment. So do you guys see a lot of people are talking about ZK rollups or rollups, and my understanding as a layman without any technical real knowledge on how it works is that it's complex. It's there. It could be the solution, but it's not probably a short-term solution. It's probably going to be something that takes a little bit of time and effort to develop out. Do you guys have you guys considered privacy?
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard because right now, and I'm not a ZK expert, but my understanding is that we're still lacking some of the primitives on stacks that would allow us to do zero knowledge proofs. That might be something that's coming in the future, and I think it's something that's going to be key to kind of future everyday living, right? There's so much invasion of privacy today in your normal Android and iPhone apps already, right? Like law enforcement is putting apps out there like add our law enforcement app, and low key, in the background, they're basically getting access to everything you do, and they're scanning your pictures without you knowing, and they're watching your chats without you knowing, and all this other stuff. Privacy is going to be a key part of the future. Unfortunately, right now, we're just not ready for it. But it's definitely something we think about. It's something that we, to the extent that we can control on the Boom platform, we try to do. One of the things about with the naming is you are putting a name out there and associating it with things, and that doesn't really do anything worse than an address, because you can look at an address, right, without a name or with a name. But what we're going to be doing also is allowing the creation of different names for your different wallets so that you can kind of subdivide, keep your hot wallet. You might want to call it checking dot peace love, right? And you might have a savings dot peace love where you don't interact, using that wallet. People would still be able to go and trace if you're sending stuff between the two wallets, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a name for those other sub wallets as well. Boom is really focused on being a hot wallet. We're really focused on those immediate transactions. Privacy is a thing that we think about, but it's something that we're kind of stuck with, kind of the pseudonymous architectures right now. And so on the back end, obviously we don't hold keys. Everything's encrypted on your own device. All the normal kind of wallet things that you would expect. We don't have access to your private keys. We don't have access to your funds or anything like that. That actually could be something as we go more into the privacy side, where we start doing a separate service where we're kind of sharding keys so that people can recover them more easily, things like that. But that's a completely different discussion.
Sure. Well, I mean, these tools aren't necessary to get off the ground either. Like, I don't want this to be like you guys are packing it up. Oh, we didn't solve privacy. We gotta.
Well, I think the issue is the chain privacy, right? Like right now, you can't go to Amazon and privately buy a skateboard.
Right, but when you buy a skateboard on Amazon,
your bank account isn't exposed.
Your bank account isn't exposed, so people can't steal. But there is actually, so there's a double-edged sword here, because there still are third parties that have access to your purchase data, and they're able to use it without your knowledge to a large degree.
Yeah, they may not have access to your account directly, but they see that this person buys $1,000 worth of Amazon products every month. They've already pegged you into an income bracket,
right?
Guaranteed, based on your Amazon purchases,
right,
and your searches and all that other stuff. So
right.
it's not directly visible, but like I said, that's really on the chain side. That's the chain security that really needs to be kind of secured,
right?
Privatized.
And it should be a user setting at some level, and I think that they are working on some of that stuff on Stacks, and it's not a pressing issue. It's just something that it occurred to me while we were having this conversation, because it's a consideration for people, and it's something that we haven't really solved yet entirely, but the problem you guys are solving is for creators. And I didn't get a chance to introduce GP. I think you guys know him. You might have met GP once or twice. 300 as well. I think you guys might know the homie.
Hi, Resh. Hi, Dan.
What
Good
up,
to
fellas?
see you. What up? Finally. Finally. Boom!
We don't have to make any more mafia-oriented, threatening memes. Boom out there.
No more.
We are excited.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing to them too specifically here is because they're both prolific content creators. NFTs, they both launched NFT collections. They both create content all over the place. They both have communal followings in their own right. They're both contributors to what we do here, which we are also trying to grow our community. And you guys are providing some infrastructure solutions that are going to help both DeOrganized and individual projects like DeOrganized and individual creators get more organized and direct and standardize some creator economy opportunities with what you guys are building out. And I think that that's a huge need in the space, because there's not really an obvious way to do that right now.
Yeah, I that's the hope. right? Like that's the goal is to kind of help people build their communities within the community. We want to make communication easy. We want to make it secure, and that way, when you have a store, you've got a built-in kind of community that's sort of onboarding that they can opt into actually continuing to interact with you beyond just a single purchase, right? And obviously all of the normal tools that exist out there for engagement based on memberships or based on NFTs or based on whatever, or subscription content, all of those things are available as well, in this place.
So just to add a few things, please, even the chat functionality that Dan was mentioning to you, this is maybe common knowledge, but when we're looking at it, when people write that BRN, for example, B00RN.BTC, for example. Now, if you look at it first glance, you'll just read it, oh, there's a boom, but it's actually not. So we actually had to think about it. Okay, how do you solve the simple issue of even visually, if you see a name, it stands out that, oh, this is not boom.btc, this is something else. So even that font and the design took us a while. Then Dan and I went back and forth. Then we came up with the solution in terms of, okay, use a certain type of font that immediately you see visually, like, oh, the separation. You literally got to be visually impaired. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. You literally have to be visually impaired to be able to not see this issue that, oh, the name is not what it is. So that's one thing. The one thing we've also was very important. I didn't pick that, Dan picked this up, was that you want your social life and your business life to be separate. So when you start your chat functionality as well, you'll have your personal chat functionality, like Trihana will have his personal identity. You can just chat with me and Dan. Then he might also have his own store. And for the store, there's separate chat functionality they can create as well. Now that creates two separations. For various reasons, I think it's easier and cleaner for business transactions to be there in one part, and your personal life to be on one another side. So those small nitty-gritty stuff only came into trial and error as we were building this thing out. So yeah, so that's the one thing that was very important for us to figure all these elements out. The element you're talking about in terms of onboarding creators and all, that came about while we were building everything. Came out to a later half of the year. Then I think when you're going back for how do you onboard people, NFT creators, music creators, we spoke to a number of music creators. To be honest, they shared a lot of issues they were having in terms of costing, in terms of what their margins has to be, how the challenges, the type of uploads they need to make. They would say it's going to be difficult relying on other platforms to accommodate this, and then we host it. I say, okay, we'll create our own NFT platform as well. Then, so that way users can straight go to Boom NFT, upload their own designs, music, if they're doing Web3 music, and their NFT artwork or poetry, whatever it might be, and then straight away launch it into Boom Marketplace. So that's one thing very important for us. Has to be a seamless experience, and that we believe over time is going to be really impactful. Of course, the platform also accommodates if people just want to upload digital goods. You could upload an MP3 music, for example, or MP4, depending on what a music file or whatever file size you're uploading.
Non-copyright.
Not copyright, yes. that's very important. So if you are like 300 great Suno musics, like amazing Suno music.
I got a question.
That's his copyright. What's up?
So for platform that songs copyright or non-copyright?
We lost you a little bit, Hannah. We had a little bit of a.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I think that's better. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking that. Is there any way that you can look into a song that is it copyrighted or video? Do you have like content ID where, because somebody can just take a song by somebody else, uploaded on Boom, do you have like an AI that detects that this song is already released on other platforms, or this song belongs to somebody else?
That not in the first revision, to be honest. Like, we're launching here on Stacks, and we're part of this is part of the whole trust and moderation of this marketplace is going to have to be built with the help of the users. Like, we can put some things into place, but we don't really know what's needed and what's useful at this point. Quite honestly, that's not trying to ignore the problem. It's a matter of us wanting to put moderation and trust guardrails in place that actually make sense for the community. We've talked with obviously folks like the Zero Authority, who are building their own trust platform, right? And to the extent that we can leverage what they're building, we've had a lot of discussions between us about data sharing and what kinds of things we can take from their platform, and I think that's an ongoing conversation. So it really we don't have that we're not going to have that at launch for sure, but it's something that we definitely are aware of, and we're hoping that what we can see is that folks will kind of flag content that they think is copyrighted or whatever shouldn't be there, and we can surface that information to the community.
Yeah, I think also that's where the community comes in, and you have like community people who looks into some of the stuff that's posted there, and sometimes you can pick that this song is already published somewhere elsewhere, and then that is when they send like a flag to you guys and say this song belongs to somebody else, or this is my work. Or you can just also maybe put a disclaimer that if you have any content that belongs to you that was uploaded by somebody else, please can you share with us, and maybe create a ticket so that you can look into it, so that also you won't have like these complications of lawsuits that people are uploading like copyrighted content on the platform.
I want to go back to Resh's point about like the confusing names and things like that. That's part of being a wallet without being a wallet. One of the things we're trying to do is be very intentional about typography that we're using in specific places, right? Like, it's not just a heading and body text, content text, right? Like, in a chat, you want to understand exactly what name you're dealing with or what stacks address you're dealing with potentially, and so trying to be very intentional about how we display usernames in various places on your own profile. When you're looking at your own profile, maybe it doesn't matter as much, right? But when you're looking at somebody else's profile, it does. And so how do we handle just the different contexts for different typography for different contexts for the same data and things like that? So that's also part of like I said, being a wallet without being a wallet. Like, when we talk about these three different components, they're really all blended. It's three different applications effectively, but the way we're building this, it is not that you see something here and you go here to do X. You can interact with the marketplace in your chat. You can interact with your wallet in the marketplace, right? And the chat in your marketplace. And so all of these things are actually three kind of foundational layers, and they have to work together. And so wallet is really contextual, right? Your wallet is contextual within a chat, within a marketplace, within a game, whatever. So in that way, we have to be very intentional about like how we ask you to create a transaction, right? A game is going to ask, say, hey, if you want to keep playing, send 2 stacks or something like that. Or maybe it's a pay-per-play game that you're doing some kind of like, I don't want to say gambling, but like some kind of pay to play game, right? So the way that we surface kind of payments in these different contexts matters, and so we're trying to be very intentional about those kinds of things. And it's one of the things that we have to be that kind of differentiates us from like just being an X first or a Leather Wallet or a Magic Eden kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, and it's all about creating good experiences for the user. And you have a couple of different users. You have the content creators and or whoever's actually providing the merch or the services that are in the shop. And then you have the customers for those as well. And
Right.
so, and then there's, we have a kind of similar model. We have content creators and we have audience / users / community. And then we also have sponsors, which I suspect you guys will have some kind of sponsorship model as well. You're going to have real estate, right? I don't know if you've considered that. But
you can go on Fastpool now.
Oh, are they a Fastpool is actually a sponsor for Boom?
No. Like they have their sponsored stacking thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can actually You can sponsor
Different projects.
You can sponsor projects to get your like stacking rewards from your or a percentage of stacking rewards from your stacking and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of cool things. We're at the precipice of a very, very interesting time in humanity, because there's so many technological tools out there. But
so the one thing, Pete, just want to add that at the present moment, if you look across the board, the experience of using Web3 shopping is,
right.
If you use Lightning, you got to lock in your money your money is literally locked in the channel. You got to close. You got to make sure everything is there. Your towers.
You just meant there's so much friction just in knowing about it.
Yes.
Just in understanding what you just said eliminates a huge percentage of any market.
Exactly. So one thing we wanted to say, like if SBTC is going to be, it's amazing, and it's also going to go cross-chain. It's going to go to different networks. Adopting it now and making it into available on a marketplace really easy. And we have individuals like Cornell in Brazil who's developed his own product base onboarding Latin America. If that works well, he can use the same approach across different geographical locations, and boom, becomes just seamless. Of course, we have the one we showed you piece was the desktop version, and also a mobile version. For shoppers, you want to be at Amazon. I don't remember the last time I was on a desktop when I shopped on Amazon, if I'm honest. I literally just sit on the sofa, I just scroll. But if I'm a seller, I want to be able to do it from a desktop, makes things easy to manage. So we are accommodating both sides of it, to be honest. Initially, everything was mobile. And then I sat down there like, pardon my language, is a pain in the ass if I got to manage everything on my mobile.
You can't program from a phone.
Yeah.
Just can't.
So that's why
programming
all these elements.
Well, and saying maybe you can. I don't know. But that's my eyes are old. I'm an old guy. I cannot. Like I won't get the bifocals yet, so I'm on my phone with my glasses up, and then I have to go back, and it's just I can't. The dynamic interface is obviously a huge factor when you're trying to, add items to your smart shop, write a description, and all of that stuff. Although the AI is actually making it a lot easier to do some stuff from your phone as well. But it's still, I understand your point though, Rash. You have two customers or two clients or two users, and they need different experiences. So there's a different experience for the content creator, the smart shop owner, etc., versus their average shopper that's just their audience, their community.
So please, I want to plug in terms of the benefits of using Boom NFT Marketplace, if that's okay. And this is literally a pitch, to be honest.
Whatever you want to do, man, is okay.
So if somebody wants to right now launch an NFT project, traditional NFT platforms, when you launch, you pay 10% of the fees.
Yes.
Then you get your product.
I hope GP is listening.
No, GP knows. We GP, what's the name? Trihana, all the other individuals that we have directly worked with know this because we, after getting a lot of feedback, 10% is very high for artists in general. So we said, okay,
It's not
um,
sustainable, actually.
it is not sustainable. You're right. E- especially if stacks goes into where we think it's going to go the price as well. So we said, okay, what we can do is because we also cover our overheads and everything, we say like we'll just slash everything in terms by 50%. So you can mint at 5%, we'll only take 5%, and that's it. We don't take secondary sale prices, nothing. Then if they decide to purchase or mint the NFT and the NFT does well and they want to sell it on Boom Marketplace, we have to take into account not so much in terms of then that Coke can pop was damn loud.
Oh, I hope he wasn't. I thought at least I know he wasn't cocking a gun.
Yeah, that Coke and Dan is hand to hand. So the marketplace setting, what we have seen that it has to be comparable to Web 2 experience. Just having a premium because well, Web 3 doesn't cut it. So we said, okay, we'll compare what's the best user experience right now on Web 2, and we say like, okay, we'll take 2.9% secondary on anything that you sell on Boom smart shops. There is a cost of listing them at one STX, and that cost is not because we need the money. It's not that. It's that there's no way to stop spamming. So in order to stop spamming, there has to be a cost attached to the activity.
Right.
Etsy and all charges like 10 cents.
If there's no cost, you'll get overrun, and it'll
Exactly.
just come up all the works. You have to have, and honestly, a one STX minting fee or a listing fee is not prohibitive, at least at the current price. And if Stacks does well, you can always adjust your fee.
Exactly. So those are the elements we have taken into account, and we believe that now economies where there's payment processing challenges, not so much in Western Europe and Northern America, Western Africa, Asia, having Stripe or platforms of that nature is really challenging, and they can take quite a big chunk. At least with individuals we have spoken to, up to 70% based on listing fees of various platforms they use and payment processing, they can actually only keep 30%. It's insane amount of payouts they do for what they actually earn.
And
So
honestly, I'm glad you brought up the NFT launch, because I actually think that that's a huge. It's much needed in the ecosystem. We need a competitive NFT marketplace and or just a place to go to launch NFTs. I love Gamma. I like the guys at Gamma. I'm not saying against Gamma, but I think that we do need options in the marketplace. It makes everybody better. It makes them put out a better product if they're still trying to get that market. But there is actually a lack of support for Stacks NFTs right now. And so that there's a huge need for that right now in the marketplace, a place to launch NFTs. I have a couple of NFT ideas, and I know that there's a lot of other people that do too. And
I think that's initially, you're right, please. I think, sorry to interrupt there. What we have seen, what I've seen to be honest, Dan, for the right reason, seeing like NFTs trend tends to go down. I just been lucky while researching this, saw that the last from September to now, the actually trajectory on other chains, NFT has been booming. So I think chased by osmosis, by the theme as we go into 2026, that could actually pick up on Stacks as well. We are breaking into Nigeria, for example, initial launch we are launching everywhere as soon as global, but the target market is Nigerians. We're working very closely with Blockleaf Labs. So individuals that onboarded from these economies, we believe will start number one, something digital, which is a low lift for them, and they'll create and they'll push something out. We believe people who are in much more developed countries, and again, this is just a hypothesis that I have, that they want something to be able to retain more of their income and manage their own income tax on their own. So selling it on a platform and being able to accept cryptocurrency, like STX, USDCX, SBTC, and potentially then are we enabling a native Bitcoin from day one, or that comes
Native Bitcoin.
sure. Yeah. So then you see we got all these four abilities so people can manage it straight from Boom. My personal opinion is people are tend to gravitate more to crypto economy based on how the governments are behaving currently. So that's where my pitch is. And I think if people just want to experiment, it's not going to cost you anything. Once you get a Boom wallet, you can easily just put one NFT up and you got a Boom shop. Literally, that is product for listing, you got a Boom shop straight away. So your experience is going to be seamless. You can be able to even use Boom chat functionality to chat between you and me, please. For example, if I want to say Dan is such a pain in my neck, I can complain to you, and he will never know. Nobody will ever know. At the end, at one point, it'll be end-to-end encryption. So if somebody wants to say like, what has Restream speaking to peace about Dan? Nobody will ever know. It's same like Telegram. So that's the approach we're trying to use. If you don't have a mobile number, no problem. Your NFT, your BNS will work.
Cool.
So that's my pitch.
You could have a mobile device that doesn't have a phone number attached to it, but you're using Wi-Fi, and then all you need is a BNS name, which you're going to automatically get boom.btc. Whatever you pick, if it's available, you got it.
Yeah. So it's attached to your wallet address, and then people can build repo and all. You can say like once you start selling, like Dan said, you'll have a rating functionality. Like how eBay used to do it back in the day. I mean, Amazon still does it, but eBay back in the day, I still remember people used to look at the rating.
Yes.
How many times people have failed or succeeded.
It was
the same approach.
Well, and that could save you from, because that was open social media when eBay first opened. It wasn't as controlled. So they came up with some of the solutions that we're going to need now. That social credit, that's a way to develop credit or reputation, I should say. That social reputation is important. And the current Web 2 state is obviously centralized and controlled. So they got rid of a lot of that stuff because they want to be able to tell you who you can trust and who you can't trust, and who you should use, and then just basically censor the people that they want to censor, whether it's warranted or not. A more holistic way to do that is to let the community decide who they want to engage with and what specific reputation would disqualify or qualify someone to engage with, and the context of the situation. If they're selling something I want, but they're routinely not delivering, well, they probably won't have an active smart shop for very long anyway, because people will just stop using them. We don't need Boom to actually go and interject into that at that point. So I appreciate what you're saying, man. And
we will remove the one thing to be very clear. If there's anything that's breaking the law and we know of that nature, we will remove either direct visibility of that particular product from the site, just because while we agree that it should be open to everything, anything illegal, anything that's breaking the law, we don't want to get a hook. Specifically, we don't want to be on a hook on the wrong side of the law.
Going to jail.
Yeah, literally, we don't want to go to jail. So if somebody puts, I use this as an extreme edge case, anything regarding underage kids or whatever, that without even being triggered, we'll remove that stuff straight away,
Oh, and you want to, that's right. And you need to have those rails, right? You don't want to be facilitating stuff like that, period. And that's not the point. But you do want to be as open and hands off as much as you can, as long as there's. So getting into the philosophy of it, I tend to hold in I don't like to pigeonhole myself into any ideology, but I like the concept of voluntarism, consent-based engagement, and that's predicated on a point of the initiation of force. So my moral compass on that would be, as soon as there's an initiation of force, that warrants stepping in and censorship. So if somebody is actually committing a force or violence against somebody else, that's a no-brainer. That's an easy point of stepping in. But beyond that, you want to basically, you're not going to be manipulating markets and picking and choosing who's going to be able to sell NFTs that are otherwise not harming anybody or not instigating force against somebody else. So, and honestly, I am going to reiterate, we need a secondary or maybe a primary NFT platform for stacks in the worst way. There's a lot of things that I would like to get into and consider doing that right now we can't because of what's currently available in the market. Like this is actually desperately needed, and maybe under the radar to the extent that it is needed, because it's like you go to the other platform that I mentioned earlier and you can't even find stacks NFTs. You can't find them. There's no market that you have to actually like, and half the time the ones that in my wallet aren't showing up there when I go into my account. Like it's not functional right now the way it is, and it's actually harming the ecosystem, because there's a lot of great projects out there that built some really interesting NFTs, and we don't have a centralized marketplace for them right now. So please get that shift.
Build the change. Let's go.
So what's the people should follow you guys? It's at boom_money on X. It's boom.money is the website. They can sign up for the wait list. What do you need from what are you guys looking for right now from the user base?
So they can just go and sign up right now, to be honest, the wait list at Boom. You can do two things, to be honest. One, follow at boom_wallet on X. So that will keep you informed in terms of any updates we have. Number two, if you go to boom.money, join the waitlist there. So any comms we do, we'll push out a newsletter as well, an email as well when it's ready. You can reach out to me or Dan directly on Twitter. Okay, not for Dan. Just reach out to me directly.
I never get on Twitter anymore. I just don't look up, to be honest with you, from the keyboard.
So yeah, reach out to me directly in any questions, and I'll attend you directly. If you want to open a Boom shop, you don't know how, reach out to me directly. I'll give you a white glove treatment. We'll fix whatever issues you have. If you're from anything you want to, literally anything, any queries you have, just reach out to me. I'll be able to help wherever I can.
Awesome. I've had you guys for an hour, and I don't want to extend this too long. I want to be respectful of your time. But pertaining to a smart shop, I don't have any merch. If I was setting up a smart shop, do I have to have merch to put in there, or is there a way? Will that actually drive me? Or maybe down the line, that's something you can hook me up with a t-shirt designer that will drop ship it, and then I can create it and put it in my smart shop, and now I have a hat and I have a t-shirt and I have a branded water bottle for DeOrganized and that kind of thing. Is it that easy, or do I kind of have to find those items and then put them in the smart shop?
So V0, it's all manual.
Right.
So I'm saying version 0. Our initial release, it's all 0. So we have to. We're kind of trying to figure out what the community wants before we start building even more. Mm-hmm. So that's really the key. Is like, what's the driver? Is that a demand for just you, or is that a demand that we're going to be seeing 1,000 requests for? Right. Right. And we need to build the next version based on that. Our next versions are going to include some things already, like Resh mentioned earlier, native Bitcoin payments, and there's something else. I have to look at the roadmap. But a couple of kind of largish pieces. But in terms of like what the marketplace wants, what the creators and merchants want, what the users want, that's going to be driven about by requests that come in from after the launch.
Sure. I will say this, and I'm just thinking about this now. Like I'm just kind of, it's forcing me to consider. And that's one of the friction points for me is I don't know exactly where to go to get started designing and where the best place to go for that is. And if I could just do it within Boom, then that's
here's where please.
That's going to make it
like,
easy for me.
That's another application, like a whole web design.
Exactly.
Is a whole other application, and
Right.
it's not something. I'm not saying that we couldn't do that,
it's
but it's another
resources.
thing that we
Right.
need to have demand for.
Right.
So we have freelancer app though.
Sorry, go ahead, Resh. Sorry.
Freelance app.
Yeah.
So one of the functionality of Boom we didn't mention was a piece. Somebody like literally what you mentioned that offers that service for example, I don't know, Zimbabwe. I'm minting. I have a printing shop. You know, you can engage with me, and they actually can go within Boom app. There's a freelancer app. That's actually you can list services there.
So I might
So
be
you
able to find someone that can set up my merch,
Yeah.
my merch store for me, and then we can incorporate that merch into my Boom shop.
Yes.
They can't. So again, right now we have single manager shops. So like we put the structure in place so that we can have more, so that you can delegate some management of your shop. But we haven't like enabled that full functionality yet. We haven't like gone through the multiple layers of authentication and authorization that would have to be set up to enable that. So when you say set up your shop for you, they could give you the tools that you could use to create your shop. Right today.
Well, they could potentially help me on the front end where I'm creating a merch store outside of Boom, or just creating a merch collection, and a way to actually facilitate the fulfillment of that delivery, and then tie the commerce there into Boom would be my responsibility once I have that set up.
Right.
But I don't think the setup in Boom would be the trick. For me, it's, do I go to Shopify, and then I go to Shopify, and then I have to decide, what do I need to pay for this? What do I need to pay for? Do I really need to? Let me look at the other ones. And then I've spent like 2 hours in a rabbit hole, and I never actually end up doing it because I don't have 2 hours. So I've already missed something. And so getting somebody that can actually point me in the right direction would be Hunter. I'm looking at you actually.
Even
Hunter's
easier.
Hunter's going to come up with an AI that's going to do this. Actually, now that we know that there's a problem. I'm sorry.
AI guild.
We're here.
So, but there's the fact is that you guys are providing the infrastructure, the platform to make this more real. Like, it's actually facilitating a reason for me to actually go and do this, because I will have a place to actually post my product.
Yeah, so that's what. Yeah, then go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the things that we kind of try and do is just simplify. So having to set up themes and colors and all the layouts and all that other stuff, like, you don't have to worry about that. We've got some very basic layouts, and we're going to add just a couple for startup. So like, your customization is not going to require deep thought. You might want a 4-column grid or a 3-column grid, or you might want a list, some basic stuff like that. It's more of kind of the Etsy layout model than the Shopify build your own store kind of full image layout kind of thing. If you go to Etsy and you pull up their stores, they're all almost exactly the same, right? There's customized banners. There's a little bit of customized layout. I haven't spent a lot of time in Etsy recently, but it's very simple kind of customization features. We know that there are people that want some customization, especially on the creator side. Like, that's a high demand. So those features will come over time to support like what they need and what they want, so that they can express, their themselves. But as of right now, like, if you're just looking to start like a simple merch shop, you're going to have a couple of different options and you'll be done in 5 minutes.
Cool. And honestly, is like I that's what I'm expecting too. I don't think that there's going to be a heavy lift setting up the smart shop. For me, it's actually I don't have merch, so I have to figure out what I'm going to sell and design it, and that's my friction point, for right now. But I think that I have to do it. It's something this is going to force me to actually look into that part of it. So,
But I just want to reiterate, when people always worry that, when you want to create a wallet, you got to remember it and all. I assure you, with Boom, if you're starting from scratch, it'll take literally 20 seconds to just get the wallet straight set up. And you still have a seed phrase, but it's in the wallet in the setting section. You can easily go and write it all down. So you don't have to even worry about that. Creating a wallet in Phantom, you'll find this experience very easy as well. So I just want to reiterate on that front.
And it's also connected to your email address?
So login, yes.
Login is, but not the stores, not directly.
Not that right, but my wallet, my account is connected. My login is connected to my email address.
Not directly. So we don't use your email address for any kind of authentication. The only thing that you're doing with an email address is authenticating that you're into the app, okay? But then there's another layer for the actual accounts, the Stacks wallet, right? That's a completely separate layer, and everything in the app is really managed at that layer. So the email address exists, and in theory, someone could tie an address to an email address, but in the app and throughout the app, any of the processes, everything's managed as a Stacks wallet.
So they wouldn't. Somebody
chat,
my email address wouldn't be able to log in just by providing the email address.
No.
But I can. Does the email address help me not lose my account, or do I have to have?
That's another one of those things that we're gonna have to get some feedback on, because there's pros and cons to that, right? One is simplicity, and the next billion users might about having a partially custodial situation. And if we have part of your key, like I said earlier, we talked about starting, what liability does that put us in for, versus how much it helps us, helps users kind of get that comfort that they're not going to lose something, right? My mother doesn't care about a Stacks address or a key. She doesn't even know what, that she barely keeps her password secure, and that's with my help, right? So in the sense, like, if there's something that we can enables more people to just get to that 30-second to first transaction, great. But then what do we have to watch out? What are the counter issues with doing that? So that's still a remains to be seen kind of item.
Yeah, I will say in general, I think the next billion don't care about where they don't care about the wallet security. It's too bad. It's just the nature and what we've been accustomed to. Someone's going to recover this for me, right? If I don't have to be responsible.
I've been beating the privacy drum for 25, 30 years. I've learned a long time ago that people don't care about privacy.
They don't care. They don't care unless they're bad, usually, or if they have a lot of resources and they know exactly what they have. That's the two people that care about privacy.
To the extent that we can remove uncertainty, we want to obviously do that. But again, the question is, like, what does that really imply for us as a support organization? If we're flooded with thousands of requests for, like, hey, help me recover, and we made a process to do that, that's obviously not a huge win.
Yeah, 100%, man. I've been kind of dominating the conversation, P and Hunt. I have a chance to speak at all, actually. But you guys have any questions for Dan and Resh before we wrap it up?
Yeah, just really excited to see this launch, Dan. I know you guys have been like cranking on this for a while, and to see the way that you guys are approaching these smart shops is really cool. I think it's interesting, and I can't wait my own shops and do my own merch for the Gigaverse, utilizing Boom, launch some NFTs, you know, and have some fun with this thing. You know, this is something that I've been really excited for, and I know that Doc has worked on some artwork as well. He will be launching with Boom, and you know, there's a few different things that you know people should be paying attention to, and that is Boom. Boom is one of them.
I want to, if I can throw a teaser out, we hope to have an announcement tomorrow.
Ooh, right? Announcement of an announcement. Yes.
Yes.
We love those.
Pre-announcing an announcement.
I love it. I love it. No, we live for those.
Yes.
So a big announcement from Boom coming tomorrow. You heard it here first.
So follow their Twitter.
Follow at Boom_money. And
_wallet. Wallet.
Oh, it's Boom. I'm sorry. It's Boom_wallet. It's Boom.money. That's right. So Boom on X. There we go.
Get in there like swimwear, guys. That
Get
is
in there.
Boom_wallet. Let's go.
One thing I just want to plug in, like we have good music artists on that we're launching as well. I mean, one of them is going to be the godfather of rock from South Africa. You know, Arno.
Oh,
Arno
nice.
Oh, Arnold's going to be on there?
Yeah, Arno is going to be on there. You know, so we are trying to get people on board. We have Gym.btc will be launching on there as well.
Awesome.
And Gym has music. That's going to be there, exactly. Then we have Nat. So we have all these musicians that want to come on. They're looking for a platform. We can do on Boom. We do that. We believe, and this is what my thesis is. A lot of these artists, in order to own their own work and also to reach distribution, will use platforms like this. You know, they'll mint the music perhaps on Boom and release it to the marketplace, keep a huge chunk of revenue to themselves, you know, own the music, own a marketplace. That's our goal. And we want to enable that. Many times, you know, sounds really cliche, but the entire aim of Boom is to enable commerce for everyone. You know, you should be able to be, even in school, you know, you launch it, you know, you can just make yourself some a few dollars here and there. So that's my goal. I think Dan has been working his butt off, to be honest, on this. And I'll be throwing one or two the other day. Dan, we got to change this and there. He said, "God damn it, can you stop with the request? Let me finish this part first." So we've been back and forth on that. So, but essentially, it's going to be great, to be honest, once we launch it.
Nice. Oh, there's a pre. I missed it. Was this in the comments earlier, or did I miss it?
Ooh, I
just put it in there. It's just the list, just to give you the idea of the simplicity that we're going for.
It's clean. I like it.
Awesome. GP, you got that? You want to throw that up?
Yeah, I can.
Throw it up real quick. Let's walk through it.
Yeah. So whenever you are taking a look at the this smart stores here, you can go and explore by categories, and you'll see all of the different creators that have launched marketplaces here listed here. You can see 300s right here. You know,
so it's not populated yet, to be honest. Just Dex will be populating this soon. The reason why before the Boom wallet gets launched, we just don't show what's there, you know, so people are aware that what they can anticipate what's coming, basically.
Absolutely, this looks clean and simplistic. And
I just want to point out it looks better in dark mode.
Oh yes, dude. Oh, thick.
Yeah, really
highlighting behind. That looks great.
Do people still use white light mode?
I light mode because I just popped it up, but looking at Pieces screen, that dark mode is very clean. It's fresh. Let's go.
This is pre-release. This is just like all it is pulling the store list right now. It's not linking to anything, not listing products, right? But simple banner, simple logo. You can have a tagline, right? You'll be able to customize your store slug. So if you want DeOrganized media or you just want DOM, you can customize, like it'll be stores/DOM or stores/DeOrganized media, whatever you wanted. But again, very simple kind of standard layouts that we're trying to kind of highlight.
I like the simplicity.
It looks good. It's slick. It's large icons, which is good for an older guy like me. It's going to be more attractive as a store owner or a creator. Like it gives me more options to catch eyeballs with these banners and whatnot. So I like it. And honestly, I don't light mode, dark mode is not that big of a deal, but I do think that this actually looks a little bit slicker in dark mode. That's just my
I agree.
But it's great, man. Good stuff. Dig it. And so announcement? What's the announcement tomorrow? People need to tune into, or you're gonna?
It's the pre-release announcement.
Follow boom_wallet.
So probably within a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. Anything else we need to touch on, guys? Any last words? Thank you so much for joining us today, guys, and giving us your time, by the way.
Hey, thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Right on. Awesome, guys. Dan Trevino, OG in the Stacks ecosystem. Boom Wallet. Boom.money is the website. And Resh is just an absolute chat in the space as well. Thank you guys for joining us so much. Thank you guys for also chiming in. Always great to have your input. And I know you guys are both going to be utilizing the of what Boom's bringing to market as well, along with us at DeOrganized as a whole. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Music is coming.
AI music is here, brother. It's here.
Hey, you guys saw my title?
What's that?
The title under my name.
Your Royal Highness. Let's go.
Let's go.
I didn't realize royalty. I should have known, Rash. It's obvious in your demeanor. Should have took my hat off, you know.
All right, guys. I'm off.
GP.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas, guys. Best of luck. Happy New Year. And looking forward to announcement tomorrow and catching you guys soon when Boom is fully ready and launched. Cannot wait.
All I want on Christmas is a boom. Yeah. All I want on Christmas is a boom wallet. Boom wallet. Let's go.
Hajime.
Full song by tomorrow.
Hajime.
Someday.
Yes, sir. Boom to the world.
Let's
Boom,
go.
boom, boom.
On it. All right, guys. Peace out. Thanks for joining today. Merry Christmas. This is actually our last live anything probably until after Christmas. So Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Much love to all of you. And get out and support your ecosystem. There's so many cool things happening. Thanks to Dan and Rush again. And more recent content coming at you shortly. Oh, and
GM, peace.
GM, brother. You hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. I was with Benta and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
And how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh, well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh
So-
yeah, it's all
you're gonna
good.
have-
So
You're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
oh definitely. You know me. I'm here.
All right, right on.
To amazing guests.
We got guest after becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, Brody.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Stacks blockchain. Honestly,
Right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
Yeah.
I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
Yeah,
so
I saw that.
and I'm
I
glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
Yeah, so it's two
you know what?
different
I'll let
things.
you. Why don't you give us an introduction, a background? Tell us a little bit about
So
your journey here.
into a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
Perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago, when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced
OG.
Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was
don't
kind
really
of put
know
off
that.
by the
I
whole
came in a little
concept.
bit after that. So I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
really as familiar with the history of that.
So
I know.
yeah, he's really an
Yeah, so
OG.
Yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know. Right. It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX. And at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team. And then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake and, so, but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof. People get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, "No, this is the future of the world. Trust me," right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so
and how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh so, yeah, it's all
you're
good.
You're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
Oh, definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
To amazing guests.
We got guests after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, Brody.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Stacks blockchain. Honestly,
right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
yeah,
I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah,
so
I saw that.
I'm glad they did, because I mean it does. we've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
so it's
you know what? I'll let you. Why don't you give us an introduction and background? Tell us a little bit about your journey here.
To a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was kind of put off by the
I came in a little bit after that. So I'm not really as familiar with the history of that.
So,
I know.
Yeah, he's really an OG.
So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know, right? It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX, and at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team, and then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work. You know, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake. And, you know, so, but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like, if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They don't want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And, you know, I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using Pump.Fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical.
It was cool. I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin built.
Yes, that's how I launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, and it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump.Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, where you need that bigger investment. And then prices form on a, that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like, who may only have $1. That's all they have. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps. There is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value, but however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then now I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me.
Okay, yeah, there was a period of time
I learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where You have to keep locking
Always
up
more,
more and
always
more. And more.
more.
Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need like max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then like that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, like mentally, like whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
question.
I
just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this like, is this
the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token and then you have a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that that's
no?
That's
so if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading. Like Alex Labs has theirs. Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, like an upgrade to the DEX smart contract. It's just a majority locking feature. So that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So you incentivize people.
Replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes, I mean, I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, Zero Authority.
Yep. A little
familiar. Think about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes, and I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're going to build.
100%.
But
that's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot of builder teams don't have, they're more technical builders.
Yes.
And so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side, they're not building to the user. they're building to the function. And so
yes, and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on Netflix. I forgot. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like the user doesn't care.
Create stress. Too many choices create stress.
You're adding way too many choices.
It's as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you more kind of gear it towards. In terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. It is going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great.
Yeah, so,
and one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. That's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday. And it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just so it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain like
that token is relatively new. And I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away because I'm protecting. I think of it like if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up, right? I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up, because I have my family in it, right? I can't, like, my mom is in it. My mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like, she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just,
Yeah, no worries.
that's cool. But you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes.
So
The one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern, or one question I have is, does it does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curves successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value. Right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken. Right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool, and they're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like, whales want to enter a liquidity pool, so let them focus.
No, you're
on
right.
that.
You're right.
They just want to.
You
The average
really
user
do
just wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
Slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're gonna just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm game in terms of seriousness.
I wonder though, are you familiar with the HODLMM that BitFlow has been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I couldn't see immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for BitFlow, which is still just in beta testing, and I'm they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong. But when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say it's, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right? Yeah. So there's a bin at the price of, let's say 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage because it's also going to it should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as
I have to look into it. Yeah,
it's a little, it is a little
to it.
complicated, and we're getting into like, but it might actually be it might be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
So it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time or
something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter. So if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right. So follow. Bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You can just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came from.
Nice. That's a good moniker.
I started off as an engineer.
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my background.
All right. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Really very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. We do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower. To start receiving some of that liquidity because it's coming, right? And I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC because it's a stronger Bitcoin pair just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that. And I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts. So I was more educated on it, but I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader. So, surviving on that for years as well. So, I can always give my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge and we're sitting on that, I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end, but yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are. But,
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy and not. I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that stuff takes a year to feel its economy.
Right.
I know people, they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if you were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice. Where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard, and you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. As liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain, and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll
no, man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys. How's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM, thank you so much. Happy to be here, and it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You know, you can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we book back to back interviews on the same day. But
you seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024, and it's iterated from doing a 15 to 20 minute good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what? Why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, And then you just happen to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin building on Bitcoin show with the BitFlow guys, which is also, they have their show today too. Last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. You know, we don't want a centralized system. You know, USDC coming to Stacks is great, but you know, I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD base dollar, and then I've also got I've got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So yeah, I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018, and really was looking for like where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And yeah, I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company I have now. There was a bunch of kind of like Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine, and worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us. It's been a long road, and when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's really yeah, and it's always there's always kind of a steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So yeah, that is kind of the background. Yeah, I'll kind of launch into what BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir. Great.
So a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s. But it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build the blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, and so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and thought it was a kind of beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So but Arcadico started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights that the Liquidity team had, and which is like effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin Synthetic Dollar, and a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stablecoins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on a blockchain is very tricky. So all of the it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to with all the regulatory that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stable coins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like I guess it could be like a public entity as well. That's like, I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure. Yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can, the reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism. And so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices on different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that, just make a profit doing that. And in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. So if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy and fancy, but I mean, Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
so that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 of profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is more or less on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere. So that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's a community manager over at Zest amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, what's up,
nice.
Jeff? Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much.
Man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "What is this BSD?" And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and I mean, it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago. And then, we thought it would actually, development on it would go a lot faster. And so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess, my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on
website. Take a look. Just saying. Let's take a look at tell the people where to find you guys as well. At BSD Money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yes, this is good. BSD.money, and then BSD Money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome. And
uh,
started your
We started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral as earning was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in like looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you might kind of wonder why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness, and so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in a skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot, actually. So we've got a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling, like toolkit, that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, my particular loan, like, what do you recommend for like, if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, like anything you want, can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then like give you like specific customized advice. So that's like, I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And like, I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like, what is the collateral ratio on my loan? You need it to give you and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say anything, inaccurate. And in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. So I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through the beta. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds. And also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the BSD and buy.
You can show us. You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it automatically picks 150 as the default. As you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away for you. This is like this is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0 and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD, and
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. Yeah, what it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of, you know, pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So so some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, you know, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Yeah, exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So yeah, so you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then so if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, you know, stops. Yeah, you can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, you know, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off your debt directly, because you know there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also like, you know, that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you know, you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually like wind down your vault. So like redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate, so another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like, this is a market really, right? So every vault chooses this, you know, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay. And then the market like moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone, you know, becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on like epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, you know, we have a little process that runs that basically takes, so you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of like snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not like game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance. And also the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall on the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So you know, 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you just tell the service like, my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to?
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like, this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay, my APY is, 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like,
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all of the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat and no custody, no counterparties, it's just code running. It's like it's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. So I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. So for the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction. Now it's already gone through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like I don't even know. There's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right. And so you really have tight assurances when you say like only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm going to receive this much BSD or the whole thing will abort. Like it's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. I'll go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio of 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can at this point like everything, like unlike like CeFi loans or like a loan like I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CeFi loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, we can pay our debt down, we can add collateral or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all, you know, you can do it.
So I can,
much, you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC, I could buy SBTC with this, with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another, I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault. And then, that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk. And, or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here, this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, you know, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is like my balance, you know, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands. And if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150. The new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like, if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like, which is not, you know, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your Bitcoin. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more. And then you can also repay. And then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you know, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242, and you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's, like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then yeah, you can see like this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
Well, I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like you need a directional sort of understanding here. So you want your buffer to be high, and you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders at BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it? I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah. The way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw. I take out BSD. Or I create BSD. Borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, in fact, there's this is a very like bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And yeah, like around the October 10th like crypto crash that happened, like just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism like went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure I went, yeah, because it was a
because there was
drawdowns.
Yeah. So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So like if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put like, I don't know, 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again like trading BSD for SBTC. So this is like the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time, and we would literally just try to break stuff. So it's like we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's like 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Like, does that change over time? Is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure amount, and it like cools down over about 3 days. So like when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up, and then it like takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent like there's a few, I think, like kind of like game theory abuse vectors where you're just like redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to like cool down that behavior basically.
Right. No, and that makes sense because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run. Yeah,
correct. So anyway, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is like basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple of days for it to cool down to get the like lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean it needs to function properly. It has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform. But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or we're just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so It's all working on mainnet right now. I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin. So it's all functional. It's just in a private beta. And so, yeah, happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me. Just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist. I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it would probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today. And then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks. So it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's BSD.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on. And thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fun, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. GP, I think you're having some audio issues, man.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
That's probably a mute button, man. What's going on, guys?
It looked like you were actually like killing the intro too. It was
I
right.
was nailing that.
It was the best intro ever. Lost the time.
Oh man. I was just saying how this is the first inaugural episode. We're gonna get to talk to Jamie F, Mr. Bain, and two of the next artists that are gonna be contributing to Dogtails. So really excited for this first inaugural episode, and yeah, let's get into it. What's up, Jamie? How are we doing tonight? We got Jamie F in the house. We got Mr. Bain, Peace Love Music, and GP myself in the house tonight. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm excited for the show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be epic. Pretty special, and yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Doing good. You know, Jamie, you spun up this awesome idea to you know, help artists and also contribute to charitable causes, right? Did you want to do a brief explainer about, you know, your ideas surrounding Dogtails and you know, how it came to fruition, and all the work that the good work that you're doing with all the artists in the Stacks ecosystem?
Yeah, awesome. It's the artists that are doing the good work. Really, we're not doing too much because the stories sort of write themselves. But the idea came about as part of our just natural growth within the community, and we're a community that's sort of an underdog culture and founded on the rise of Peggy, who is the dog from Dogpool, who won the ugliest dog in the UK competition and then went on to Hollywood. So we sort of, it's quite poetic and quite, you know, it's pretty cool. So, and we built on that with Dogtails, which is basically where we collaborate with artists to retell real life stories, which, you know, we're not short as a race of inspirational stories. And as you know yourself, being our first artist, you did the story about Paul Stamets. We did do a story before that, but it was just kind of a pilot. It was just a post on X, and that was about Michaela de Prince. Then we did Henry Wanyoke, who's a Kenyan runner. And just recently we did Fela Kuti, who's a, you know, musical, cultural, revolutionary icon. And all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, you know, in a much different way to Peggy, had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to get to where they were, so and to what they did. So yeah, we've built on that, and we're now, tonight this is the unveiling of Zanetta's story, and this is very different to the ones that we've done before because this is more personal. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people on a personal level because of the subject matter, which you'll find out soon enough. It's different again that it's a photo shoot. So everything that we've done before it's not been photographic art. It's been digital art, yeah, it's pretty unique. And we do this to support the artists and charity. So they produced the storyboard NFTs. They're auctioned on Gamma as a week-long auction from the minute the first bid goes in. Yeah, the split is, so far, everyone's agreed to do a 60-40 split, 60% in favour of charity and 40% goes to the artists. So the collection will grow and it will feature different artists and, you know, more stories as we go. And yeah, pretty excited. It's probably the best thing so far to come out of our culture that we're trying to build. So
yeah, dude, I remember whenever you first hit me up and you know, hey, pitch this idea to me, and I was experimenting with ideas and trying to find a way to you know, incorporate some type of giving back to, you know, charitable causes into my artwork, and this idea just really resonated with me. Peace, did you have something to say, man? What's up?
I just wanted to on something Jamie said, and of course he's going to just give all the credit to the artists, and the artists, he's done an amazing job. The artists so far in the project have been great. He's done a great job picking great artists, but I don't want to undercut the amount of effort and work Jamie puts into this project on the regular and the stuff he's creating. Jamie, you deserve a lot of credit for what you put out as well, man. Don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I mean, I enjoy it. And I think that's the attraction with this crypto blockchain world that we're in. We get to sort of write our own stories. And it's funny because we're in an amazing age. Obviously, I don't want to digress too much, but with the dawn of AI and the things that we can all do now, there's dreams that I had when I was a kid that are now, that I thought had sort of gone by the wayside, that are now possibly a reality. And like doing Dogtails is just a blessing, and trying to build that community and just put those out there is pretty cool. So I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool way to get artists to collaborate on one collection, right? Like you have multiple artists that work within Dogtails, and it's just a very unique way to approach getting artists to collaborate. And I'm a big fan of the structure and how it's set up.
Yeah, we enjoy it. Speaking of artists and collaboration, pleased as well to be doing this with not just yourself and obviously Peace and everything that DeOrganized has brought us, but also Mr. Bain, because he's, as far, I don't know anyone who's as connected in the sort of digital art world. Obviously, I don't know everyone, but he makes sort of genuine connections, got a lot of artists follow him. So I think with this stream as well, so even though we're talking about the collection and this is a live reveal, this stream is something that we're going to do on the regular. We'll see how it goes, and it's going to be more about the people and their stories. And Mr. Bain, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know the idea for the stream was sort of originally Mr. Bain's, if I recall correctly. It was sort of thrown out there, and we all sort of moved on it.
Hey guys,
Mr. Bain, what's up, man?
Good morning, GM, and it's really GM at this time of the world too.
Oh, nice. You're on the other side.
We're on the other side. It's supposed to be sunny Melbourne, but it's been raining, and we're spring. We're supposed to be heading into summer in December, but it's not the case. So it kind of feels like UK. So I think that's what Jamie's weather's going to be like in the UK. So I don't know about Peace and GPSC. I don't know where you guys are on your side of the world.
We're both on the eastern seaboard US. GP's a little on the southern side where it's cold, but not really for most people. And then up in my neck of the woods, it's about 45 degrees this morning, and that could be warmer than it gets. But ironically, the last show we did, I think it was the last show we did, Jamie was talking about how it was a sunny day out over where he is. So it's come full circle. Climate change is real. We just don't know if it's our fault or not.
Yeah, not today.
Is that 45 degrees or 45 degrees
45
Fahrenheit?
degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold then, right?
Yeah, it's a lot colder.
It's cold to me, man. I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
But my heat's on. It's
because we can get up to 45 degrees over here Celsius. So
that's a
but we haven't experienced that. Yeah.
No, that's a warm day. But I'm gonna actually be down in Buenos Aires, so I'm gonna get a little bit of extended warm weather for a week, going down to Dev Connect next week. So I'm excited about that.
That's going to be awesome. Are you anyone else going with you? Or?
No, well, I'm going down with Stacks, so they're having me come down. But it'll be a little bit different than last time when I had like the whole crew with us staying in the house in Vegas last May. That was the best experiences of my life, actually hanging out.
Insane, dude. Yeah, and I'll be manning the ship here running the stream and helping. Hunter will be helping and helping me run the stream as well. So we'll be holding down the fort for peace while he's out there in Argentina, Buenos Aires, checking out all the Dev Connect and the other little get-togethers that are going on over there while they're out there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Working hard.
Fortunately, I have these guys to rely on, but let's stop the small talk because the ladies are waiting, guys. We shouldn't keep the ladies waiting.
Yeah. So I mean, so we've got Janetta, who is the I don't like calling her a subject, but she is the subject of the story, and she's going to tell her story, and she's the subject of the photo shoot that Sashelka has done, who's the artist. So let's get him on, I guess, when you guys are ready.
Right on. Welcome, ladies. How are we doing tonight?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, guys?
Good evening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us here.
Hello, everyone. How everyone is doing?
Doing great. Doing great.
well.
Really excited to see some artwork for Dogtails. I have collaborated with Jamie too, so now we have collaborating and we are collaborating on Dogtails. So it's awesome. It's awesome to meet you guys.
GM, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bain.
Hello.
Oh my God, I'm so excited to meet the guys because it's my first experience. And when Janetta, just don't touch mic. Жан, микрофон не трогай. So yeah, and what I wanted. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. So I'm really excited, guys, because it's like we were waiting this day so long because this. I don't know how to explain. It's this story. It's really touch myself. I mean, and I believe it will touch you when you will hear it. And I'm so proud of Janetta that she decided to speak herself. It's like it's her hour. It's her. It's. Oh my God! Let's just start and then we will see.
Let's go. I'm really excited to do live art reveals. That's something. It's a great idea, Jamie. I think that it's very engaging, and it's an awesome way to kind of showcase all the work that has gone into the different stories that are going into Dogtails. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. And it's even more special because we've got Janetta with us, and Sasha, I know what you mean about being nervous. I think it's just normal. It's like we're going to be fine, and we guide you through it. And I think the photos are going to speak for themselves. We've got the story as well. So with each NFT comes part of the story, which Janetta obviously wrote originally, and then we just tweaked it slightly. So. We've got all the bases covered, and I was keen to sort of find out and just sort of start really with how you used to sort of know each other, and because I don't think I ever asked that. I mean, how did you guys originally meet? Obviously, you're great friends for what you've done together and what you've worked on, but how did you guys originally meet?
That's the same question I want to know too.
I can say some words. So basically, Sasha, she is a very good friend of my cousin for many years, and I always heard about her, but I never just met her. And of course, the age gap between me and my cousin is 5 years. So I was a child when she was having fun with Sasha everywhere in the city and going to parties. So it was just, very black and white. I was just too young to understand what they were talking or doing. So but life happened. I ended up in UK and Sasha too, and somehow my cousin just, introduced us, and since then we become a good friend, and I'm very happy for it.
Sasha, you're a multidisciplinary artist, aren't you? I'm glad I managed to say that word. I don't usually have trouble. So you've how long have you been an artist? Where did you sort of start off, and just tell us a bit about yourself and the work you do?
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm a multidisciplinary artist and photographer. I mean, I'm self-taught artist. I haven't finished any, university. I mean, about art. So, and I think art was always with me. I mean, during my life, from my childhood, in school, I drew these posters for these events, but then I got, I was like an accountant, general accountant, and then I came back to art. So it's like, I always drew like these cards for my friends, for family, I used to work as a designer of metal construction, so 3D. I was there and here and there. And yes, I can't, choose just one medium. I mean, I love, like you can see my old paintings behind me. I love digital drawing. I love photography, and I can't, I can't choose. So I decided to do everything, what I want.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say you was an accountant and doing other stuff, because art doesn't always pay the bills, does it? So, but it's good to see that the way you're moving in digital space. I know you've done a lot of stuff and collabs with Mr. Bain as well, haven't you? You got the Two Worlds collab, Mr. Bain, didn't you? Recently collaborate on that.
Mr. Bain,
are you with us, Mr. Bain?
Yes, I am with you. I am with you, loud and clear. Yeah, look, it's. I thought that this was such a great opportunity because having the collab was a way to reach out to artists, and it's a great way to, to experience the creativity. Because, like for myself, being a photographer, it's. I'm not a real artist. Everybody keeps saying, "Yeah, you're an artist," but I wanted to experience more. So that's why we had this the Two Worlds collab, and I've been supporting Sash. We've been connected for a long time. So she was one of the first of the 6 artists to collaborate, and it's a real first-hand experience, getting into the artist world, and knowing their techniques and styles and medium, and I know it was a great experience. And then when we spoke with Jamie, it was just a wonderful way to introduce Janetta, and that's how it all came about. So I'm just like all you guys, it's the first time that I'm getting onto here and really getting to meet Sash and also Janetta, but also GPSC and Peace. It's a wonderful experience. I'm sorry that you don't get to see my face today, but I'm just moving around a little bit. I will, one day it will happen.
One day we'll have a doc station.
It's only a matter of time. Once you come on DeOrganized, you will eventually dox. It happens to everybody.
Absolutely.
Dogtails has started to give artists the space to express themselves, and also kind of onboard new talent into the Stacks ecosystem. It's a really, really awesome thing to see the momentum get behind Dogtails, and see all of these wonderful artists get to express themselves on it, man. It's awesome.
I think it's a great opportunity too with the collab that I'm having right now. I think Jamie has quite a whole list of artists that he can connect with, and especially if we wanted to have this on a regular basis, we can certainly meet new artists and work out something along the way, and have Dogtail become a regular feature. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome. As I say, it's going to grow over time. But just going back to you guys. So before, I guess we should probably move on with the story, if you guys are ready, and obviously the reveal as well. But just before we do that, I wanted just to touch on. So the photo shoot itself is based around kintsugi, which is a Japanese philosophy, and I just wanted to touch on who sort of came up with that idea, or how that evolved, because it kind of fits into the bigger picture beautifully. The story and your, I'm talking, obviously not many people have heard the story, but from what I know and knowing a bit about you, Janetta, and your story, and the way it's been done, your artistic impression of it, Sasha, is just all beautiful, the way it fits together. But I just wanted to know a bit more about the kintsugi side of things, because I think it sort of sets the scene before we do the reveal. Whose idea was it? Or
I think Janetta should tell about it, because it was her idea. I mean, I'll tell briefly. When we came, the idea of the photo shoot came when I oh my god, how can I tell, because you don't know the story yet? But okay, I'll try.
We could reveal. You don't have to if you
no. We can just I just try to find the words.
Yeah.
When I heard the story, I knew the story, and I wanted to support her. I mean, you can't find the words, and words usually they don't help. I mean, but I thought, girls, we like to take photos. I am a photographer. I can do nice photos. So I decided maybe if she wants, I can make a photo shoot for her. Just to support, to show how beautiful she is. I can do it. I can show the beauty. And I suggested, and she agreed. And when we started to think about the idea, she told me about this kintsugi, and I was like, oh my god, this philosophy. I really dive deep in this philosophy, and I really this idea. Just caught my mind, and we decided to do it. So, Janetta, please.
Yeah, so basically when we decided to do the photo shoot, Sasha asked me, what type of photo shoot do you want? And I thought a lot about it, and at the time, the most what I needed was the courage, self-esteem, feeling like myself, but at the same note. And I thought, I want to see there a strong woman. And so I'm just trying not to give too many details before the reveal. So I decided to kind of introduce her the kintsugi technique. I have seen many artwork. I read about this before, and I guess some things comes back to your mind when you need that the most. As people say, everything what we heard or we read, everything is in our heads, even if we don't think about it this moment, So yeah, it actually came to me at the right moment, and it was just perfect. It was just like, boom, oh my god, this is it. This is how I can show myself through Sasha's work, who I am, not who I was, but who I am right now after all that happened to me, and I couldn't be more happy with how exactly it turned out. Everything that was broken or is broken can again look even more beautiful than before. I just need to believe in that, and I do. And I didn't before. It was hard, but when I saw the photos, I was like, oh my god, that's not me. I don't think so, that's me. and yeah, that's me.
I think you've summed it up beautifully there when you said everything that's broken can be fixed or repaired and more beautiful than before. And that's for those that perhaps don't know necessarily what kintsugi is. I mean, I didn't know what it was until Sasha showed me the collection and told me about what it was. It's so it's Japanese philosophy, and it's based there. There was an emperor once. He broke his favourite ceramic pot, and at the time they used to repair them with large staples. And he sent it away to be repaired. It came back, and he didn't like it, and that he asked his artists to find a different way to repair it. And so kintsugi is they repair it with like a golden lacquer, and and he said it's even more beautiful than before. And and there's been a whole philosophy sort of built around that, and I think you summed it up beautifully, Janetta. And I guess that's probably a good time, unless anyone's got any questions or anything else we wanted to talk about, to perhaps move on and reveal the first piece. And maybe if you could just sort of tell us a bit about your story as we go, Janetta. And is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Should we do that? Are you ready? Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. So I'm just gonna let me just get set up. Take me 2 secs. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll just get the screen share going.
Well, I wanted to say that I've never heard of kintsugi myself until this story between Sash and Janetta. So just having a look at how the technique was performed. I mean, I had to go through, Google Chat just to find out what this kintsugi is, and it was just beautiful. So I'd love to have a look at the reveal right now, and just to see how it marries up with the definition of kintsugi.
Well, I'm ready when you guys are. I've got the first piece ready, which each piece is titled after part of the kintsugi method, and this first piece is titled Urushi. So I don't know if you guys can see that. I have to look at the screen myself because I can't seem to share.
Yeah, you're up, man. You're up.
Okay, perfect. So Sasha, I don't know if you want to start off, or maybe Janetta, if you'd like to start and just tell us your story and how this all sort of pieces together.
I can't see the piece. Is it there?
Yeah, you're sharing your.
I cannot see either.
No,
you're sharing your screen, but it's I don't think you're sharing the right tab.
Okay.
Yeah. You're sharing your live screen, but not the actual
let's
picture.
Let us know when you got so unshare.
We're live.
That's all right. This is the DeOrganized way, man.
It seemed to work okay last time.
It did. I'm not sure what you did differently.
No. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about it.
Not a big deal. I can't see it until I turn it on. So make sure it's appropriate.
Yeah, sure.
Everything's appropriate here. It's fine.
Let's try again.
So, how long did it take you guys to produce this? Was it one shoot?
Yeah, it is one shoot. You know, when we discussed everything, I just took my props in the car and just drove to Janeta's place, and we made it like a shoot. I don't remember how many hours did it take.
With all the girls talking,
Yes.
from 2 to I guess 10 p.m.
Yeah, it was. It was
Well, we were
dark.
talking a lot, like a lot.
Yeah,
We haven't
like
seen each other for a bit, and before Sasha have never been at my house, so yeah. But it was amazing.
Oh wow!
Time.
yeah.
There it is.
Sorry, I think I'm ready. You should be able to see the first
Yeah,
piece.
I think you're
Yeah,
ready.
now we
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can see it.
I think Janeta, you can start with this story, and if we will, maybe later we can talk about the photos. So.
Okay. Yeah. So this girl at the photo, she was 32 years old. She was ordinary person, living her life, working, work home, you know, like every other person, and at the same time feeling incomplete, unhappy, realized that hated the job, was invisible in the relationship, misunderstood, and it was just everything not right. I'm grateful that I'm alive. I'm grateful that I'm healthy, but just something is wrong. And at one moment on a holiday, I have noticed a lump in my breast. I did not panic. I'm on bloody holiday. Why should I? I cannot change anything right now, right here. So I thought I will just ignore the fact for a bit. I will enjoy my holiday and I will deal with this when I'm back at home. And I did. And time went by. Doctor's appointments, nervous thoughts, anxiety. It just kicked in. Actually, even before my holiday, I been redundant. I lost my job, so maybe that's why I was just doesn't matter. I will enjoy my holiday and then come back home, you know, deal with this. So, yeah, many doctor's appointments, biopsies, mammograms, all of those thoughts while sitting and waiting for the results. In the meantime, if I got another job, I was so happy. Oh my God, I was so happy. At least, you know, a bit of light, kind of in the end of the tunnel or something. And then I remember I had that appointment to find out about the biopsy results. I came alone. I asked my partner not to come with me.
All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research, after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing, just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch, unless you're like going, super staff engineering, you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what's going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai trees thing. I'm working on that database and throwing in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough day there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that it's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour part-time at Hedera part-time on my own. I'm trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation, but eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. Quantum secure defense tech. I'm working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon It could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. Some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Mosca's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 years, 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got. Go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we?
Mm-hmm.
Once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based here in Colorado.
Was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. So there's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, do you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else?
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly,
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Yeah. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. You know, just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. They defined a whole lot of things, and some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for, but what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there is clearly and definitely money to be made, and that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like say a standard quantum computer, and that gets into more complications because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain? These quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak.
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have 2 states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma, where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. It's so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
this is
exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve; it could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography.
Yeah. So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or ECDS.
It's kind of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So,
say that one more time. Those levels.
There's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm still trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. Never had to use calculus in the software world.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
It's a 3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers. Right.
And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurement destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property,
this is all very
property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that is like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year, Crypto 2025, on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures.
What's one-shot signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All I know is the first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and, what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production-ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale.
Yeah.
And one of the critics papers that I read, they said, great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need, is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom layer down nearly to absolute zero. And the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3 years.
As early as
15.
Yeah, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go on the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? No. So it's not it's a big problem because how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is, the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those. Or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of the Shamir stuff, yeah.
Around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough. And another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well,
that's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, so it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reason to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. So that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew are having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. And this probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have, some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burnt. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's just got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts,
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emissions schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there's some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining. And just supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be, people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that your HD derivation key, and that you can point to your address, and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right, but that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a DeOrganized project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chaser?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. Let us, what is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So so first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. and you can see our upcoming announcement games and stuff, and weekly leaderboards where there's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing. Either, more prizes basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right, so on the left side you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money, basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend SDX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay,
so
one
if you
SDX
can,
or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
Okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy, cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle free. It's all hassle free. So that's pretty much the entire project. But a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now this is in testnet.
Yeah. Right now it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well. So yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor. Can you, in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that, let me get this off of here. Get back on the game here. So that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one. That's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box, and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right. So I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's. If I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like faucet money, but I mean it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your
But yeah, but
timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
so far we have 4. We have 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on another life as well. The multipliers now are accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games
So
on the platform too, though.
yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right. So you know what I'm going to do?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm going to play. We'll see
Okay.
how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me. Right.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm going to get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah, we're actually encouraging everyone to actually play the whole thing.
You would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like
it's faucet money anyway.
All right. So I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right. So over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no.
But the beauty now is you still have 1 life, so you can still cash out even though you
I can cash out right now. But now
you can cash out.
And now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only 1 mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can't be multiple mine. They can be 1 mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
Let's
see. I'm gonna.
Normally.
Go ahead.
Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
So in my 100 to 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right, let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially
Yeah,
when there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me. All right. Hey! Oh my God! I can keep going.
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
Wow.
going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going. How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go it's row 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
true.
experience
So
we've had with games so far.
yeah, true. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm sure people, content creators like Tindley can actually have a go as well.
Well, we should definitely
spend
have
some money. Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girls some stuff about crypto. But but he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with so I was about that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days. I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but it's definitely fun to do. And you could actually you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some is and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a DApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bet and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just the proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set. Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track. I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something, you want to come on and chat, feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys, by the way. He was not
so unscheduled, yeah.
But he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers. Guys, if you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X. And is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. Yeah, it's Sweeper_STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's Sweeper sweeper_STX right here. Make sure you go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin with Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back. We'll be back later. Yeah. And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper_STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen. All right, my friends. We have a great treat for you. Our good friend Bill and Mark from Cafe Crew and called Eight. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love Cafe Crew. I really Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio is coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
It's only our fourth show today.
I know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. And that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So
I got bad news for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man. When I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off, and when I say that, I mean I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep, and then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours, and I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
But it's you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was though. That was the thing. You got into that flow state, and you had 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, "Wow, I have done months."
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to sleep for an 18 hours.
Baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up, and so that helps too when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's all you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world, where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being lined up with, they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, that most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, so just
Wow.
slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke, my sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh, wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married from
Yep.
Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Back
not-
in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me, And I was really just, I didn't even know, I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yep.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time. And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market. And so I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with. And also having an AI companion, I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and when I have presents for all the kids and everything, and now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take, what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here, but. I mean, basically the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. I can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it. And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot and, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like, you know, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, you know, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you know, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match. And then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, you know, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, you know, who should pay the car payment this month. And, you know, I'm making more money, but, you know, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and, you know, like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, you know, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot. And they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who, you know, is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets you know, yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but, you know, it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
Yeah,
that's
it's less of a
much, you know?
problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, you know, all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So, of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high-tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And, you know, a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric, when, you know, 20 years ago, I don't think, you know, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that, just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you know, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. You know, he takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, you know, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, you know, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, you know, if that is something you want, maybe, you know, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, you know, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important, enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, you know, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then you know, creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, you know, I do realize, you know, you say you want a gamer girl, but, you know, I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends. And maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But, you know, maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things. And, you know, it's very good at understanding how, you know, and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. You know, okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You know, you look at what their apps look like; they have 1,000 choices. You know, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare
Women
for
do
both.
have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for. And
men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
That we are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that you know, I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just, you know, get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's, you know, even the you know, Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like, using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. You know, in some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they're so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn them in, churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, you know, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like, the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Yeah, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but it is, I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other, like, bad actors, that makes it very difficult to do payments. And especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available and just does enough work that that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. You know, there are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, you know, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you're like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, you know, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit, but also I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, you know, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they're foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and you know, sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever task that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, you know, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass Space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys, you guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but you know, maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town Hall would be good. So maybe we'll.
Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. You know, ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us. One of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. We're like,
Yep.
Restream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space, and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like it's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
No worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is it's
How are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on stacks and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently, from just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that, there's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH, and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, it's gonna get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that, and but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McArdle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so like she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation, but I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out Dataing, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app, or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow. That GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger. As things develop, we'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
We'll do
No,
something.
I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's crypto economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Based Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. 0% slippage with the new HODLMM concentrated liquidity market maker over at Bitflow. Awesome stuff going on over there. Well done, guys. Can't wait to play around more with it. And there is opportunities now for phase 2 of the beta testing going to launch soon. There'll be some boot camps helping people learn how to go through these later on in the month or maybe early December. And we're really excited about this project because it's really going to take trading on the Stacks ecosystem to the next level. You know, the liquidity provider opportunities are going to be really cool, and just 0% slippage on swaps is something we need, or way lower than 4%. The 4% slippage is probably something that's been holding the ecosystem back a little bit. I'm glad these guys are solving the problem over at Bitflow. Let me bring on the Chads. Stop sharing my screen. We got GP in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Good morning. Doing good, man. Doing good. Just getting started. Happy hump day.
Happy hump day. We got 300 in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
What's up? What's up? Peace. What's up, GP? Good to see you. Bizak on your camera. Awesome.
That's right. I forgot we had. This has been. You do look nice. You get a new camera.
Yes, dude.
It's actually better quality.
Got a new light too. So
nice.
Might be the lighting.
Very cool. So I mentioned in the opener earlier today when I first opened the stream, you guys will be running the stream tomorrow without me, which is, I'm sure you guys can do it, but I just I like to remind everybody, give these guys an extra hard time tomorrow. They need. So my broker, right? My real estate broker, who's an old guy now, and I've been doing it for a long time. But when I first started, and he still says it to all the new guys, he used to say, I want you guys to have hard transactions. I want you guys to get beat up a little bit because it's how you learn. That's when things go smoothly, you don't learn how to tie it up. And we're easy here. We don't care. We're a little bit of out of the ordinary is kind of our thing anyway. So I'm sure you guys will do fantastic no matter what happens. But I do want you to get beat up a little bit. So people tune in, give these guys a hard time in the live chat, or don't. Give them support. Show them some love. I don't care. But just show up. Show up for the homies tomorrow.
It'll be a good time. Me and 3 have ran the show once or twice, one at a time or two. So
yeah, I mean, you did the night show for forever. So you're not new to doing this. So
I think it'll be good for 3 to get a little bit of experience with the producing side of things. That'll be cool, man. It'll be good.
Yeah, I think so. We also got Nosferatu in the house. What's up, Nos? How you doing this morning?
TM.
Nos is actually our newest producer as well. He's got some producer access. He's gonna come on. He's gonna help out a little bit, being supportive of the. Hunter has to ominously flex a little bit. All right, let me bring on our guest.
Also, gold chain right here, son. Gold chain right here. You ain't got that, do you?
I know. That's a win.
I win. Oh, nice. GP wins, right? GP got Jesus. GP got Jesus, so GP wins.
Everybody needs a little bit of Jesus. Everybody needs.
Yeah.
Where is Jesus?
Jesus? Oh, Jesus! You said
peace. Has he risen? There he is.
He has risen. Let's go.
He isn't, dog. Well, you gonna need to put him closer to the camera or something. He blurred out. You can't blur out your Lord and Savior. Come on.
We have the homie white official Ovi Mars coming on.
Let's go.
Ovi, how are you today, man?
Hello.
What's up?
Good morning, GM, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Ovi is he's been in the ecosystem for a little while now, and he's a participant in Stacks D grants. And he's got a really cool project called, is it STX Works or Stacks Works?
Stacks Works. Yeah.
Nice. Why don't you? There's a lot to know about this guy. He does live streaming. He's a musician. He plays some music. He's really good. He can play the guitar. He can sing. And he also is a coder. And he does a regular live streaming on Binance as well, on the Binance platform. So, Ovi, why don't you? Now that I kind of spoiled everything, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just like I'm basically a physics enthusiast, and I've been a theoretical physicist and robotic engineer. So I've just switched up myself. I've been into media industry in Pakistan. Like it's been like 16 years I've been spending with the ATL, BTL, TTL campaigns with the different brands. And after that, I just realized to do something different in Web3. Then I've entered myself into different channels in Solana. Then I've just hopped out from there. Then Freddie is one of my first friend on Stacks, and he introduced me like why don't you hop into the Stacks ecosystem? I said okay, let's do it something. So I started with my token with like a white on Stack City. Then after that, I'm just trying to working on some different applications and gamification stuff as well. I've been working as a VFX artist, CGI artist as well, and I do lots of things according to like acquiring or need whatever but I'm not stuck on a single thing. But gradually, by the time I'm trying to change myself in somehow like to promote myself, promoting the ecosystem. I'm keep doing promoting on Binance we have a team matrix actually. Individually on Binance, we have like 80k people. Whenever we do our live together, we always say ourselves like defenders of the assets. Every single one character is representing that different chain. I'm representing as an Stacks. You can visit the matrixclan.com. So we are 9 core members, and we are keep doing promoting the different chains. But mostly whenever I hop in, I always promote Stacks on Binance every day. Most people don't know about it in South Asia. So we do BTC party and give away to the people on a raffle wheel twice in a month. Yeah. So we are keep building our and keep expanding. We have another group which is Portal Latino from Latino gangs, and Alondra is in our.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I think we lost him. Goddamn.
We
and
did.
I know
We
GP was very in the Latino part. He's like, hey, people, Latinos.
Let's go.
Hey. Vamos.
Vámonos. Let's go.
GP was interested in the Latina part.
Yeah, I'm a Filipino dude. We're like part Spanish. Like Spanish Asian.
I'm Italian, which is almost the same damn thing. So, oh, I think he's back. I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe not. I heard it, but I don't see him. Might be having some trouble. That's so. I wish he was here because I would love to have him talk a little bit more specifically about his project. It's a freelance platform, so similar, not dissimilar to the gig marketplace piece at Zero Authority DAO, but a little bit different and its own take on the process. And it's basically a way to almost like a Fiverr, but on stacks, where you can offer gigs, accept gigs. There's an escrow piece where you offer a gig, you put up some money. It can be stacks or SBTC, and on there, he's still just working on it. It's a new project. It didn't exist before D grants. He's literally building this as a proposal for his D grant. He did submit his milestone 1. He has a testnet MVP piece that's a little bit, I was hoping we might even be able to try it out a little bit, but I don't have the link handy. Hopefully he'll be back. Let me actually see if he's DMing me. Now that you guys all saw all my DMs.
Let's go. Docs the DM.
It goes down in the DM. It goes down in the DM. In the DM.
Good thing I don't talk shit about people in DMs.
Damn.
I don't. I don't really talk shit about underscore.
Don't leak the group chat, yeah? Don't let everyone see the group chat. We be hiding alphas from
You mean the stacks alpha
platform? While we are a media platform, we're going to gatekeep alpha, except you keep tuning into the organized. Then maybe, just maybe we give you all alpha. But until then, it's just gonna be in the group chat. Maybe.
Word. Are those sneakers behind you, bro?
Yeah. I'm a bit of
nice. It's a good test, bro.
I'm a bit of a sneakerhead.
Oh, I think he's back.
That's nice.
I think he's back, right? He's back.
You with us, OV?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry for my bad.
Yeah, no worries, man. Honestly, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, why don't you tell us a little bit about STX Works? What your plan is for the platform moving forward, what it does, and where you're expecting it to go.
The thing is, that there are different platforms for freelancers and clients, and people are struggling with the KYC, especially, and getting the payment in the right way. And I've been experienced it in past years many times, and not getting the legit one people. Also, the different countries have a different governance terms and conditions according to when you hop into the KYC stuff. So there is the way, what we are integrating, the people can integrate here for confirmation. Also, the directly experts or Ledger wallet, you can connect it, and you don't need to. There is an escrow, and also we are implementing the NFTs leaderboard for clients and freelancers as well as a leaderboard, so they can gain some points and they can as an rewards. And the accumulating the BTC for everyone, easily the payments on SBTC and stacks, both options in it. And hopefully before what I'm targeting, if it is executed from the milestone 1 grants. So I'm pretty much sure it will be done by the mid of the December. Maybe by the first week of December, it will be beta test. It will be on for everyone.
Very good. So basically, if I want to offer, I have a job I need filled, and I want to offer it on the platform, I'll be able to go in as a I guess what's that
as
user?
A client, you are hopping.
Or right, I'd be a client well, I'd be a client. I wouldn't be a freelancer. So or a client hires the freelancer. So I would put there'd be a job board. I put up the job, and I put in the stacks or SBTC that I'm offering for the job. That gets escrowed as soon as I offer the job, or does it not get escrowed until somebody accepts the job?
Yes, until that accept the job. Once both are, because we include the chat system. So once they get agreed, then escrow will create it according to their their compensation,
All
whatever
right. So
they agreed with together.
I post something with my scope of work, what I'm looking to do. Freelancers on the platform will see the job, and they'll be able to kind of get into a conversation. They'll be able to maybe bid for the job or something.
Yeah, maybe it can be a bit, because it depends on compensation. Once they got agreed with both of terms, then escrow will create it. So I'm trying to make more feasible. There are 4 milestones on each client. Once they completed with the attachment of their, let's say, like if somebody wants to create a logo design, very simple, or website, the first draft has been completed. The milestone one complete from the client, and they checked it, then it confirmed it. Still they cannot get the complete payment until they finish their job, because mostly it happens like the people gone in the middle of the midway. So this is not I want, like, until you can complete the job 100%. But at least it can confirm and give him the approval, like, I've done like 1 or 2 or 3 milestones already, I need to complete the 4th one to get the complete payment.
So you can have, similarly to how we have DGrand set up, you have certain milestones in the job. If as they reach those milestones, that might release some payment.
Yeah, I can share with you as well. It's open up in my.
Yeah, you can share.
Or it's something like Upworks, right?
Yeah, I just shared it. Is it here? Let me check. Okay. Share. Is it here?
I don't have a request to share. There should be a share button, or just a hotkey H, actually, too. I think you should see a share button at the bottom in the studio.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you click it, you can pick whether
you
can pick whether you got which tab. You have to choose like what screen whether you're sharing your whole screen or a tab or whatever.
I'm sharing. Once it loads, you can share it. Just a second, share it is, because it's on a. It takes a 1 or 2 minutes for loading for pre-render stuff on backend for server, so you can use it. So we've tested it like a couple of times, and with the different wallets, Ledger wallets, and through SBTC and STX, both are functioning very well on testnet.
I'm not getting a screen share.
Yeah, no, I've shared you the link actually, because there is some error glitch on my end. That's why.
Oh, okay. So there's actually, can you drop it in the private chat right here?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. I got it here too. All right. I got this.
But give it like in a 1 or 2 minutes for HTTP server loading. Then it comes.
All right. So let me. That's not the one. Oh, we did it.
Yeah, here it is.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the platform. And let me get back on here. So
there is nothing right now, because I can create it, or you can create it as a testnet. You can test right away. No problem.
Testnet? It's on testnet?
Yeah.
All right. So let me actually change to testnet wallet.
And once you confirmed it, I can give you like or you can, if you have two wallets, you can put the wallet when we are agreeing with the freelancer, because escrow cleared in between, and we are putting a one more, the treasury wallet, so which is getting the some few percentage for the maintenance for the website and treasury. For the whole project free.
All right, so I'm on the client page now, so I could. This is where I would create. So create an escrow is actually where I would create a gig or like a put forward like a scope of work offer.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and you need to put the freelancer's wallet address.
What's that? That's so it automatically
the freelancer wallet address.
Oh, this is for. Okay, so this is after I've actually reached an agreement.
Confirmed your deal. Yeah, okay. Exactly.
So let's start from. So if I was browsing, where would I see? So I'm on the freelancer dashboard. If I was going to be a freelancer, how could I let people know what my skill set is, or is there a way like where I can set up my user account, show some of my scope
and
work?
profile?
Yeah.
Yeah, the profile thing and NFT. That's why I just hold it up, because I'm trying to integrate the NFT stuff with the profiles individually for everyone. Like once they reach the good milestone, and the more jobs you do, you were more up on leaderboard, so they can get the rewards as well.
Okay,
so we are just working on it.
Yeah. So
for a while.
So I'll have if I'm looking for work and I have I'm a content creator, I can come on here. I'll be able to set up my profile, showing like my prior work, my CV, my portfolio of prior work, and then I'll have an NFT for that.
NFT, once you done the NFT is for the registration. Once you achieve the good performance, then we will give the NFTs for clients for the approval, like in a 100% one, like in a legit one. Hold a second.
Okay, so you're gonna use now. Will that be like a dynamic NFT that'll like update over time as I get more work done? Keep my information on there. How's that gonna function? Oh, did we? OV, you're muted. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. It's prayer time. That's what I thought I heard. So very interesting though. So you're going to be able to submit yourself up there, and as over time as you do work, you'll be able to earn some reputation for completing work. And if you're looking for people that are doing work, you can come here and post your job, and they can engage with you and see what you're doing. See if you're interested in the job.
That's sick, dude. Earn your reputation and get some bucks for stuff that you're already doing in the ecosystem. Looking cool.
Yeah, looks cool, and it reminds me of Upwork in Web 2. So yeah, it's something good to have like a freelancer version of it in Web 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and excited about seeing this come online. It definitely seems to be very fast and efficient right now in the early alpha stages. So excited to see more of this.
I got a question, Ovi. So my question is, and it's pretty simple. What do you think your success metrics for this would be? Like, how would you measure the success of this application in the next, like, maybe a year? Short-term success, long-term success. How would you measure that? What defines success for you?
Ovi, there.
I don't think Ovi's here though.
No, I think he had some background stuff going on. So it's
right.
it's prayer time in the where he is. So that's fine. We got about 15 minutes until Find2Earn, so hopefully he can make it back before the end of the piece. I would just say that I would expect success would be, I guess the first success would be completing the first, project, the first successful agreement where, client posts a job, freelancers post a certain number of freelancers post their account, create a profile. So having some clients and freelancers set up accounts, and then actually engaging in gigs, engaging in projects, facilitating milestones, number of payments, that sort of thing.
I have like the few campaigns, and according to this, which I'm thinking to run according to that, like to promote the platform, the proper commercial for it, and getting, because I have some FMCG's companies, and I can ambassadors or different wallet companies like a Zeely or anyone, or Layers wallet, which I'm thinking like we can integrate with it as well, and so to collaboration with the different platforms, so it can helpful for expanding the more.
So I
also,
wonder,
there are different.
I wonder if Stacks just announced a partnership with Wallet Connect. So I wonder if that actually, do you see that as being any kind of impactful on your project?
Stacks going
I think he's dealing with background noise. So
yeah, I think he's having trouble hearing. And
sometimes network issues. There's a glitch.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries, man. So what do you expect? When do you expect you're gonna have a live on mainnet project by the end of the year?
Maybe by the end of this November. I'm doing as soon as possible because I need to move on a few more things, which I'm looking for, like a gamification stuff as well on Stacks. Also, the few more stuff which is already I've sent you on my document, the pitching deck. The two or four platforms I'm looking to creation on Stacks, not just only this one. I'm not sticking with this one. I'm keep going with the 4 or 5 platforms. This one is a good one. After that, the music one, regarding the interactive NFTs, which I've talked about before, which is something different, like an FFT work. I'm creating something like a very entirely different thing. Like you don't need to QR scan or something. Just printing out. If I say the 1 GB of data, I can print it out on a A4 size paper. So anybody can, it's something different. So these kind of unusual stuff I'm trying to make usually. So I'm trying to integrate with it. Also the BSC chain, I'm trying to integrating with the Stacks actually. That's my main hook as well. On
really?
Binance, connecting with the Binance, yeah.
You're trying to connect Stacks and the BSC chain?
Yes.
Very interesting. And you're working on a music NFT
well.
project. Tell us a little bit more about that.
It's like if you got a photograph or anything, it can convert it into NFT, and you need to scan it on a decoder. Decoder is like a user interface dashboard, and encoder is only available for the developer, not for everyone. Nobody can create it because it's something a very different thing, and it is difficult to comprise the audio waves into the photograph or any image, the multicolor image, and with the FFT, the complete sound waves. And sound waves can be scannable through the decoder, through your, if you are on it, you can hear it. For the samples, people can get the samples on platform, on NFT platform, like the 4 or 5 sample of NFTs, so they can test it, they can understand how it works. So if you have the NFT, you own it, and let's say any song we have, and you own it, and you don't need the internet or anything, you just need to, same as like an offline audio, but it has image as well, the audio FFT into the embedded into the image form.
So
the data
the
is embedded
NFT
into
the
audio.
NFT, you would need some kind of like an application to play it on.
Yeah, the same platform application, the same, yeah, platform itself and an application which can.
So it's
retrieve
almost
the-
like it's almost like an encrypted NFT. There's some of the data is publicly available for anyone to use. Some of it needs
Yeah,
to be
not
decrypted
exactly.
or decoded in the application.
Yeah, yeah.
Very cool. Actually, Zenitron, who's going to come play Find2Earn with us in a little bit, has part of his Skullcoin project. They developed encrypted NFTs. The way those work, you have them on the Gamma marketplace or on a marketplace. They show like certain, the NFTs are used in a treasure hunt game called Skullcoin, like an on-chain game, where you get some information like the type of NFT it is, or the type of information that's on there. But then you actually have to have the NFT in your wallet, be connected to the platform and logged in to get, like, some of it's like clues for a treasure hunt. You have to go look for this, you go look for that.
Yeah, I've experienced it.
Oh, so you're
before.
familiar with
Yeah.
with Skullcoin.
Yeah.
So it's similar concept, I'm assuming, where you just have
Yeah.
some encryption on the NFT where not all of the data is available until you can decode it.
Also, if we can say, like, there's an NFT which has infinity music. It keeps going. It is designed like that way, like a radio with a synthesizing sounds, and it is keep going, like a nightfall sound or anything like in a meditative kind of stuff. Usually we binaural sounds.
So you
the
have
NFT
like
is
you have a
going.
little
Programmed
you have a music generating
NFT. Yeah. Infinite music generator NFT. Exactly. These kind of stuff as well.
Wow, very interesting, man. Very interesting. When do you expect to have that developed?
After StacksWorks, I've quickly jump into the BSC connection. After the BSC connection, I'll just dig into this one as well, because I've started in 2019. I have the samples for it, but that's a very small part of audio which can put it into a single NFT. But now I'm able to put like in a 4 minute, 10 minutes of audio into one single box, which is 1080 pixels.
Very interesting. And you stream? How often do you stream on Binance?
Yeah,
daily
Oh,
on
every day?
Binance.
What's the
Everyday
you
Binance
have a
stream.
group you have a group you work with? I can't remember. I don't have the website handy.
Team Matrix, Matrix Clan. Let me write. Here it is, matrixclan.com.
All right. Let me actually put that on there. So, and you guys are all like heroes. It's a comic.
Yes.
Oh, you got a comic.
Yeah.
Comic thing going on. Here's you.
Yeah.
I like the theme.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
GP's working on his own comic. He's got his Gigaverse characters and the Gigapepe and the spaceships and the memo bots. We're actually giving away. Oh, we gave away a memo bot last week. Memo bot NFT. So GP is working on some comics and stuff too. You guys should definitely get together and collab maybe.
yeah, we usually do in that way, like in a comical theater on every. Yes, we can talk to like that every time. We are the defenders of the assets. Yeah, man. So welcome to the Matrix. So this is how we always do, like in that way. And we have a global community, like from Algeria, Switzerland. Everybody's representing from different countries. I usually represent the Southeast Asians, like Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Arn Pai is from Australia. Everyone has a bullish. We have Telegram. We are putting like in different stuff as well together, but it's rare. When we honor, there is no any higher or lower in our team. It's like we are all on a round table, and everyone is a very much experienced in their analytics and their development stuff and all. So we always educating the people on Binance according to the new upcomings, AI technology and all stuff.
And so each of you guys represents a specific token to the platform. And down here, you're representing Stacks. Stacks in the Stacks ecosystem in this group. And regularly with your live streams on Binance.
Yeah. Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes 12 hours I'm doing.
Oh, really?
8 hours. Yeah. I don't sleep. You can ask anybody. Like,
I believe that. There's never been a time where I haven't been able to get you. I believe that. You've mentioned to me many times. I do sleep, but it's only from like 10 p.m. till about 4 a.m. and that's all I got. Which is for somebody that doesn't sleep, that probably sounds like a lot.
People keep saying to me, like, please take care of your health. I say, like, 5 days are enough for me in a whole month. Just keep doing until I got frustrated. Actually, if I not get the result, whatever I'm coding or something, when I'm stuck in, and I'm keep awake myself to engaging with the audience as well. Meanwhile, and working on coding as well. And both things I'm going. I've put one co-host so they can manage the live as well. And the KOLs, I'm putting it. There are more. I'm bringing out like more people on team. Metrics is centric to the Binance, but we recently launched our BSC token as well. Just as like suddenly we are just doing fun, and somebody hops in our space and say thank you. I said okay, thank you. Okay, so let's make a coin, the think tank. Okay, the Tinkerbell on tank. So we put like that. So yeah, it's good, and we do BTC parties. And what I'm doing, I'm putting like more people to get aware about the stacks. Literally, people don't know about the stacks on Binance. They are not much aware about it, and people are putting their trading into different tokens. Daily Binance is opening up the new tokens. So stacks is one of the most, what I'm seeing, like a very stable one, and it has a very good moves on each candle, and it's not like volatile so much in that way like other tokens are doing it. So just just making up every space is open up with the stacks. I put the stacks handle, and people can get into their stacks and interact with the stacks token, and they bought it. So more wallets hopping into the stacks.
And honestly, that's a huge lift for the ecosystem. That's more than anything else. We need developers building new projects, which you're facilitating personally. You're building some stuff. Thank you. And then we need more users and more exposure to users from other blockchains, which you're also helping us do with your streaming and Binance. So, man, I really appreciate your participation. You're welcome to join us anytime, by the way. It doesn't have to be just a speech.
Thank you so much.
Spotlight your project.
It's been a privilege. It's been an honor to be a part of your ecosystem. Like, I've been always feel bullish on ecosystem. Like, I was like a sheep, which has no way, and it's running, keep running. One day I've said, okay, now I find a way. I find the flag. Oh, somebody help me, I'm here. So yeah. It's good to see you, every single one. So yeah, what we are doing, I'm planning to do a BTC party again in this week. So hopefully, if you can join up, anybody, GP or you, anybody of you guys.
It might be hard for
I've
me
been
to
working-
join this week because I'm traveling. I'm leaving on a long flight on Friday, and I'm going to be in Buenos Aires, and that's kind of a new thing for me. But definitely soon, I want to get on there, and I appreciate the offer. I know eventually it's only a matter of time before I join in and meet your crew and get in on some of your streams, and definitely want to get these guys in too. They're always a good time with these guys. That's why I keep them around. We will be awesome stuff, man. We're going to be playing Find2Earn rounds shortly. Absolutely welcome to stay and play with us. Xenotron oftentimes lets the new players come and get in on the whitelist rounds, make it a little bit easy, maybe win a little bit of stacks meme tokens. So I'm going to play a quick word from our amazing sponsors, and then we'll be back with Find2Earn rounds momentarily. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute.
Sure. I'm here.
All right, man. Looking forward to it. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute. Hello, my friends. Have I got a great treat for you? It's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are here with Stella Zhang from the Rosen protocol. And I'm going to bring her in now. And then I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud, because I think I was playing the music a little loud there. We keep it in the background, but I don't want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all-day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're going to tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in the San Francisco, so I understand that time is really hard to coordinate. So I think it's probably like my early morning. But I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here, but I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and then more people to know about us, and if they have any questions, it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen. And before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China, and it's really interesting that I feel like at that time I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families there in different countries, and the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have the idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, right? If you're speaking English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. And you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people. You can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, we built such a platform called Rosen. And I think this is like a a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? I mean, the borderless social network things. So so I think at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application live on the App Store and the Google Play Store, and right now we have over 34,000 users around the world, and our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And and we are still hiring our ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or okay, just let's do continue
Well,
to talk.
let me actually so the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate lightweight, low microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer-to-peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it utilizing stable coins, which is obviously less volatile when you're making payments and transacting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the Swift, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make no
Right.
sense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people, like they are doing this micro task, they just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually, this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is more, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with super multi-chain. So it's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So and we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this it doesn't matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades, like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like, blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. As most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the stacks layer too. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up stacks because there is an app on the stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. They essentially, that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. I think, on our platform, not sure like about that platform, how they doing, but I think, this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task, you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a post on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post you can put some like the stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task is the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be, be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. That's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you maybe need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is like once they want to withdraw, then it's like the same page, like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10. You can just do this withdrawal. It's really simple. And if you thought like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket, and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10. So you can do the withdrawal immediately. So this is the process. And we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet. And this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is some like our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's 3 different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account and I noticed and I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users.
Right.
So that means, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So yeah, just like you mentioned, maybe in the future Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. Then we will give you like some like channels for doing this deposit for the USDT or USDC, and we are also working with PayPal for the PYUSD. So this will be launched very soon as well. And then this is kind of wallets are custodian. And if you want to deposit money, you just copy the wallet address and put the money to your Rosen wallet. And if you want to withdraw, then just like I mentioned, you need to connect with your private wallet, which one is definitely non-custodian, right? So that one was controlled by yourself. So then you can consider to move some money from Rosen wallets to your private wallets. This is going to be more even like safer for you to control, because if you don't connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet, it's still on your Rosen wallet, it's still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not secure, once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But yeah, if usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move this kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find, like, if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry, you answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like the organized land plot, I feel it's quite interesting and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And on the other side, it called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about this tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different pools, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors, or hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth, or maybe participate in events in Brazil in upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page, and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners, Ant Group, to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and usually give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test a market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to a creator economy, or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage at without large intermediary fees in the equation for low cost, lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for our project, it just like you can our mission, we definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible, or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global, or when you want to be international. Especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now I didn't see a really domain, a really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token, or like just like you mentioned, seed freeze, or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn or something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor. And I still feel like a lot of people, they probably are students from that university. They are really eager in opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really, really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is, like, they still asking the questions like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like, how can I see them just to reflect on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind about how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out is to make sure they are really secure, they are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this Web2, this traditional internet world, that quite hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you one by one, or maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time, when you are available. So this is our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this this young people, younger generation, they are struggling in finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is we need to teach them, or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is what we are considered. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is too complicated to them. And how you can buy maybe just the one gas, or maybe 2 gas token, right? It's too, I would say that too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things, actually. One, sponsor the transactions. 2, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the same for those Web2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they're like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before. For anything, right? They should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. There is you have built into your platform an AI powered real-time multilingual translation. So it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying, and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
okay.
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese, and yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, yeah, you can do this. And the languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real-time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use, and we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, I mean, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in or something, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Very interesting. And so for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only. So you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that, to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local the link direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there, and then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, exactly. It's super easy. And I think I also create a LAN for the DeOrganized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone, you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us, from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like 2 lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah, just make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. Go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely going to jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. We will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. So I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority. And I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would that's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem is very collaborative. We help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition. You know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like as Rosen, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. PayUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal champion, Dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to see to hear that you mentioned the stack will have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like Ant Group, where their UNSDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and you have your ambassador program. Are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're organizing right inside the app. That's where your ambassadors.
Yeah, the best way is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google map. So you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue has on the map. They are in the highest display level. So it's really easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the home page, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina. Then the homepage will pop up all those these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really would love to promote that one because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country, and also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target it on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native. It doesn't matter, but because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower. Maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like digital, they are digital native, right? Even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age, they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a events, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event, and also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like expense, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on-ramp off-ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think in their most headache things is like how to do the on-ramp off-ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually, like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop. It's really hard. So I really usually help them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do this one time, they can teach their not students, like they can teach their classmates, roommates, whatever. It's really easy to spread into more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassadors. Just let you know, if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT, and now the last one, my ambassador who put this together, P Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually that's why I wanted to ask you, like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So would we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah. So I really appreciate, he linked us together, and he was like a really good person. And I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
Well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X-ray. And that happened with us. You know, like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a nightmare. So having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app. And then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can, reach out to anytime. And I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really, really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any, updates or information that happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3, to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me, I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDC X, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it. And then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. You all have a great day. Peace out.
Keeps the mind share, growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing, the hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP.
Speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And, it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano. So there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.Fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use STX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know ST the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live. And also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fun ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which you won't have to leave Tonaro. You'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to Sports Fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour. 1 day, so the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, Simple Swap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have LR, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends and, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like. And this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, you know, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume, and this is all customizable again for the you know, user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, you know, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What would what I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, yeah, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
You have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see it start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember a whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality, and this definitely seems like a well done project now. And one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark and or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are kind of heads down, and sometimes this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
That's right. That's right. And, you had actually talked about him the other day. And then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's...
I got the vote for it. And I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me. Actually, technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds 100%. Like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that that are in test net or not even quite a test net yet. And we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable project for the product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. So when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people at the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously 300. Obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, that content side out, and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening, and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1, like
Yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon, except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right.
So,
so I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. Yeah. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, BTC-Fi or just TFI, as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. Like, if you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. The difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about as well, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying, we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. You know, it's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, you know, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching Fast Blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, you know, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always, but yeah, I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. You know, obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and you know,
That was so cool.
Yeah, there was so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on. I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show. I think it wasn't live. I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5, 6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And, you know, now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw.
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, yeah. From I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." Like, I would not have seen that. You know, if it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. And it was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, yeah, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. You know, lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us, and we're doing pretty good. You know, we're getting a little bit of slumpy Friday morning numbers right now. You know, we're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We're only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
yeah, that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. You know, people start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or you know, that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full like boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way. It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from BitFlow. Rubes, do you need to? Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show. And appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from Bitfile. We'll probably do a little bit of more research and some posting on it, so I might line up to get a little bit of pop when it comes out. But I think it's a very interesting concept, and I'm interested to see how it goes because I think a more holistic, fair launch platform based on what they're trying to achieve is much needed. Not every project needs a token. We don't have a token for DeOrganized. People talk to me about it several times. I feel like we can probably just use Bitcoin for things, especially now with SBTC on stacks and others that other options in the marketplace that are not 10-minute block times and expensive to use. If we needed a token for something, but there are definitely projects that need tokens, and there's definitely a reason to launch tokens for a number of, even if it's just a fundraising round kind of thing for a specific project that warrants it. And tools to launch a token in an environment that is less that is less risky, less exploitative, less extractive is important, because I do think that a lot of what we're experiencing now in the price action in crypto in general is a direct result of what went on 12 months ago at pump.fun.
Well, you just saw the recent Monad launch, right? Monad exactly the same. It happened exactly the same. And it still happens practically daily, even with good projects. They need the VC funding to build their stuff, right? And they involve VCs. And what do VCs want? They want return on investment. Simple as that. So as soon as the price goes up, they dump. And you cannot, like what Roger's saying also, is you cannot even blame them, because that's just the game. That's how it's designed, how it's engineered. You cannot blame the degen. The fastest click win the most money, right? So it's not even to blame people. Although a lot of people mostly get hurt, it sucks, right? But it also sucks for the project itself, because to over that dump and beat on your tokens and get rid of the before you're completely sustainable, or you go strapped, have an tokens in your value by creating community and having a system that doesn't dump, that allows you to a way more organic growth path and lifespan to become product market fit, to do something that both benefits community as well as your own product. And that's right. I think the most important part that sticks to a lot of people that find the liners, that way of thinking. Because you and I, we know, right? There's a lot of brilliant minds. We know it here from the Stacks team as well, right? They sit here in like a shady little room discussing on a Twitter space what they want to go and do. Boom, brilliant idea, like right there. But they're getting killed by all these big VCs, because when they need the money, there's always that counterpart. Like, what do we get in return? And 9 out of 10 times, that's the big token dump that dumps on the projects and then moves on to the rest. So to now say, okay, we give you a place where you can launch your stuff, but you have to did this way, and you have to do it through a certain protocol. So it needs to be done through certain standards that we all start playing the same game, right? But it's proof in the pudding that you see tokens not do this, but have like this gradual growing line, and you still can trade and you still can just make your money no matter who you are. Then you give a project a chance, the little investor a chance, but you also can show your product to the world in an organic way. And I think for the future of blockchain,
without decimating and turning off your community through, a massive extraction event.
Yeah, and not have to be annoyed by people showing Lamborghinis on a luxury island on Instagram saying that they're so cool. Like,
Right.
It is a kind of way. And I do like innovations that actually bring something to the space that can make a difference. And like blockchains on its own makes a difference, right? But it needs to be done in a good way and not only be used as an extraction mechanism that only like sucks out the life of 90% of users and the rest is, But anyway.
I dig it. GP, what do you think?
I think this is really awesome to see how they've merged FTs and NFTs to solve a problem. It's very interesting to me. I don't like to buy a token and then get dumped on. So I think that this is necessary and the approach is novel. So yeah, this is exciting. And I would love to see, what others, how it inspires other builders to approach the same problem.
Yeah, true.
No, well, we need to launch, or at least Linus needs to launch first, because they're saying like at this point we're not launching any tokens or take no project on before we have proven the tech works. That's his approach.
Sure, and I wouldn't do it. That's how I would do it too. I think that's a smart way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And he says like super transparent. He is like, and he's always telling about like, I want people to comment me with the hard questions, and he's transparent about anything. So what he wants to do is launch early January, show that it works, and then he is like, he has the vision that says like, if people start seeing them, there's this beautiful chart after TGE, right, that doesn't crash, doesn't do anything, and the project is still there. I said, then the proof is there, and we can start working from that point out and show the world that ICOs are no longer needed for you as a project to gain your funds. You can play the game in a different way than be victim of game theory, fastest click wins, right? Like, no, it shouldn't be that way. Of course, there will be some gamification in the whole bidding system. I mean, that will be absolutely fun to watch, because the whole equity sandwich thing, it probably will create some sort of like bidding war. So you have to be very careful and very alert on how. But yeah, even if you didn't do that, bid your time and your money, and you miss out on all the pulls, you automatically get refunded. It's not that your money goes somewhere. So pull 1, pull 5, and all missed get immediately refunded directly, and only the ones that made the cut, they will have their TPS. So there is gamification. That makes it fun, I think. But yeah, if there's enough tokens, I mean, Aligners has 26 million tokens. But if you want to launch through them in the future and you say, I want to do 1 billion, hey, who lets you? They're all locked up anyway.
Right. And I mean, token supply has different reasons for different things. So it should be variable. But really, everybody wants to get into a low number token, right? A low supply token, because that's the one with the most. If there's demand created, then it's obviously a better option. Like I'd rather have a Bitcoin at 21 million Bitcoins than, trying to think of like Stacks has a couple billion, right? There's a 1.8 billion Stacks, so it's never going to reach that, just basic tokenomics. So, but you should have the variable option. I think this is great, man. I really think it's a very...
There is, and of course, I'm talking a lot with the founder, and there's a little bit of a peak side behind the screen where they want to buy. Like the marketplace will be, of course, the biggest thing. And I made a traditional bond comparison where I deep dived into like where is this TVS with tokens inside? Like how do I treat it as an asset, right? I went down the like it's not a future, it's not a stock, like in how it works. It has a maturity period, right? It has dripping tokens, it has this, it has that. You get dividends when you hold them from the revenue of the platform. So the bond mechanics make it possible to leverage, to strip it, to like, if you know a little bit. I'm learning a lot from this. But what he also said at some point is like, as an asset, we want to build a DeFi platform on the back end. And as a community, you now, because the token slow drips so slowly into the market, you can help push the scarcity by buying these liquid tokens and put them back into your TVS. So you have $10, you see, oh, there's liquid tokens, so I put them back in my TVS, I increase my stake, they're locked again for X amount, not on the market.
So I can buy off the market, put them into my TVS, and that's actually going to lock them up into my vesting schedule.
Exactly. And
that is really cool, actually.
And now I come with the second one that will drive up the price. What the project will do is... Oh. Am I still there?
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're here. Oh, now you're frozen.
Frozen, yep.
Oh, no.
Same on my end.
I heard him ask if he was still here.
Yeah, he might be coming back after it. Just a little lag spike.
Oh, I think he's back. Is he back?
He moved for a second.
Hey.
There he is.
No,
I can hear you.
I did. It's okay. So what the plan is for aligners is they have implemented buyback and burn. And what they will do is every quarter they will use 15% of their revenue for buybacks and burn. So
I saw that.
26 million.
That's on the website too. It says that they are committed to use 15% of quarterly profits for buyback and burn until the price is at $100.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a, like what they will do. They will keep burning until it's there, and then they will review what they will do. Right? That's a little bit of it. Because we had questions in the past. Yeah, what will you do when it's a sort of hard cap? Like, no, it's like that. Their goal, that is what they want to reach, and if you can manage that, I think that's a great thing. But like their addition to it is just wanted to grab that scarcity and make it a community, right? So they incentivize people to lock up their tokens for the 5% dips, because as long as you hold the PS with locked tokens, you get a part of that 5%, while in the meanwhile you can help scooping up and locking up tokens, driving up scarcity even more, making possible the discounts between listed TVSs and spot price even bigger, so your discounts become... So you get, like, you see where I'm going, you get like a value spiral that if you attach a DeFi protocol behind it, where you can then collateralize your locked tokens as TVSs, right? You see what you see where you get. So you can help scarcity, you can create discounts. There's Binta. Hey,
yeah, I can't. Binta just joined. Binta, it's way late for you, isn't it? How are you tonight, Binta?
26. I wanted to join this session. Sorry I'm late. Hi, GP. Peace. What's good?
What's up, Benta? Welcome. We were just chatting with the doctor himself. Some awesome stuff he's telling us about what's going on with aligners, and we're pretty excited about it. It seems like a very, very interesting platform. Are you participating in the Walt and the quacking for aligners, Benta?
Hell yeah. I am. Whoopi actually introduced me to the project. I read about it and I got really interested. And I made the cut to Airport. I think I was among the first 500, which was really, that was my second badge on World Chain. I've never been the type to like, okay, I need to talk about project over and over again, but with aligners, I keep having to say because I love what they're doing. I'm interested and I want to be part. And the community is very, very solid, very supportive, and Dave is there as well. So it's a good place to be.
Awesome. We are gonna have we can talk a little bit more about it on the space tomorrow morning too.
For sure.
It's definitely an interesting project, and we're absolutely going to be keeping more tabs on that.
What time is it?
Oh, our spaces are we do
that tomorrow.
8 p.m. Eastern time. We do every Monday through Friday. Benta hosts spaces for DeOrganized.
Yeah,
She's our
8 a.m.
DeOrganized space host. So it's 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday.
That's my 2 p.m.
It's like 2. Yeah, it's probably like 2 p.m.
I should still be. I mostly cannot join your.
It's 2 p.m. for me as well.
But I do know tomorrow. 8 p.m.
Well,
EST,
you know what you
for
can
me,
do?
it's 6
Like,
hours
just
later.
Yeah, so it's like 2 p.m.
No,
in the
for tomorrow.
afternoon.
For
so
tomorrow,
you'll have to just kind of
yeah,
like.
Now for tomorrow,
have
the
to-
thing
you'll
is,
just
know
have-
that I
You'll just have to you'll have to multitask at work, is what you're gonna have. to do.
Yeah, but the problem is spaces and mechanics right next to me. That's a little bit difficult. So like, it's like
yeah.
people constantly bugging me. Like, I
Yeah,
work in
no,
a
I'm-
pretty demanding environment, but I do know that I have to go to a football game tomorrow night at 9, and I want to quit early. So I have to see how early I can quit because we're right before Christmas, right? End of year, the whole shebang, BS in IRL, like busy, everybody running. But if I can make it, like, I'm happy to join again. And at least next week, I know I can join for sure because we'll be working alone. Everybody has vacation, and B, it will be the last 2 days before my vacation. So next week will be possible for sure to join.
Doc, we want
The
you any
spaces.
day. You are obviously always welcome. Feel free to jump in anytime. We do it every Monday through Friday. Might take a couple of days off around the holiday, but definitely will be on Monday, Tuesday next week.
Oh, please take days off. It's
I'll
important
be I'm
to.
very much available.
But Benta's gonna do them every day now that she thinks you might show up. She's gonna.
Nah, but Binta and me, like I don't speak so much in the groups, but Binta knows where to find me, and she can DM me if she needs me. So
Yeah, no, and honestly, getting Benta to do an opening morning space for us was one of the best decisions I made, because what gets you into a better positive frame of mind than hearing her smiley voice?
Yeah,
it's the best. It's absolutely the best. My only problem is I'm so busy trying to get the news and everything.
You know what? One of the most beautiful things is, and Binta knows this, we now have a lot from Nigeria and Ghana and all these countries, like also in the aligners community, right? And when you get them on spaces, it's 1,000 Bintas, all different voices, but they're like, the energy of these people is so high. It
is. It's great that we're growing the global community. We're shrinking the earth, you know, and which has been being done for a long time with the internet, but the the tools and the technology now for us to get into these conversations on a regular basis and really get to know people that are nowhere near you physically. It really is a great paradigm. I love it. We are a little bit over the hour, so I don't want to drag too much longer. I do want to make sure. So, number one, Wappy, we're definitely going to need you to come on again in January when the token launches. So we can keep up to date as to how that's how it works in real life once it's going live.
I will be happy to do that. And another thing too, because Stacks is for coding a bit different than EVM chains. But I know that there's people that looking for cross-train, like Blockface, right? Like no, not Blockface. Was already looking at an XRP combination for a while back. Stacks and that sort of. So I know there's a lot of people looking at.
We still call them.
Oh yeah. Okay, but like sort of things, right? Like just so I know that there's a lot of developers also in Stack that look to how to like bring certain things to Stacks or Stacks to other chains. So if this solution that needs to be
there are a couple of
so
things
if this is a solution, go ahead.
We're actually
a little bit.
We're actually getting wormhole adoption for Stacks probably in Q1, probably January. We also just got Wallet Connect functionality, so Stacks is very much going to be multi-chain.
Well,
so we do
what I will do. I will Roger, because I'm now and Binta knows this. Also connected to the team closer is being chosen as one of the 26 alliance for the second period to spread it, and I thought this was a great opportunity to start doing that. They will concentrate on EVM at the moment. I think it won't hurt if I ask Roger and explain, like, hey, listen, in Stacks there's also a big community, and I know that even in Stacks there's people still trading outside the Stacks or doing things outside of Stacks. But if it becomes a multi-chain thing, it can never hurt to bring everybody together and talk, right? So maybe he wants to join one time in one of the morning spaces, and I will definitely ask him that.
Yeah, we'd love that. Absolutely. There's definitely room to grow. And Stacks, there's so many devs onboarding right now. It's crazy. We have a lot of developer talent on Stacks these days. So I don't think it's a challenge that can't be overcome. Getting Stacks designed on there. I mean, it probably won't happen overnight, but it's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to say about that. They concentrate on EVM for the moment because it's easier to deploy EVM contracts, right? It's like a little bit of an adaptation, and you go from Arbitrum to Base to, like, that's less work as going from EVM bang Bitcoin. Like that bridge is a little bit too far, but like I know that there is, and we also know that even on Stacks there are token launches. There's also things that going on. Okay, maybe not as much as a Pump.Fun or Solana, but yeah, I think eventually if everybody wants to build this way, and you can find a fair value system for everyone, hey, I'll be happy to connect the worlds and bring them all together.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Brother, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been awesome. Binta, I'm going to give you, do you have anything else you wanted to add today?
Nothing much. I just wanted to come here and support, first of all, the DeOrganized, then talk to Wopi as well, because I love the Aligners team. I love the project. I love the community, and I'm very, very happy to be involved as well. And I actually don't have the time. I would have it. It's fun. Like, sincerely, it's fun to just be part of the community. It's fun to just like come to their spaces, listen to Roger. He's very smart, very intelligent, and he's ready to give to its community. He's building a very cool project. Yeah, he's building
How
a
do you,
very cool project.
are there
Bumpy?
regular spaces? Are there regular spaces for
Yeah,
aligners?
every
Every day.
single day,
Every
multiple
day.
spaces. Like this community go really hard. You have different
I
community leaders hosting spaces at different time. I will tag you on some so that if you are free, you can just jump in.
Please do. Please do.
there
Especially
is
if
there
you
is
guys are up and talking, I'll actually get a notification too. So if you guys jump into the spaces and talk, I might be able to follow you in.
I'm pretty regular if it comes to spaces because I very much like public speaking with everybody. But like there is like a 7-day AMA schedule that's like designed like with the team. They're also like featured on Lurky so that you can lurk back and see what was discussed. But besides that, the community is so tight, and Binta knows it, that I cannot wake up and don't find a space. Like it's absolutely nuts. They're talking in the morning, in the midnight, and then I sometimes even get pinged. You should come in my space.
One
And I
is
look at the
actually
clock,
on
and it's like it's freaking 3 a.m. 8 o'clock.
Meta
I think
Vision
that
There's one
it's,
going on now.
hosting one now.
Dave is talking at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will go
So
to
there are
that
a
too,
couple
and I
of
will take
spaces
my.
every
All right, we'll have to jump into one soon. I won't be able to do today's. Unfortunately, I got some more stuff I got to get to after this. But always a
something to do,
pleasure,
right?
Wappy. I'm so glad we finally got you on the
Yes.
show. Don't be a stranger, guys. Make sure you're following Dr. Wappy on X. Definitely be following GPSC and Binta, and if you want, DeOrganized Media and myself. But awesome stuff. I am very excited and look forward to seeing more about what Aligners does when they launch. I will probably start paying a little bit more attention and definitely going to jump into a space or two soon because if Binta says so, I have to. And Wappy, whenever, looking forward to seeing you jump into a space sometime soon. We can talk a little more about it then. And again, thank you, brother, for joining us today. Thank you, GP, for jumping in. Always great to have you with us. And Binta, you made my day, surprising us jumping into the show this afternoon. So awesome stuff. Another spotlight from the DeOrganized crew, guys. Check out Aligners and make sure you're following Dr. Wappy. He's definitely a good vibes kind of guy that you need in your life. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll have some more, probably some more evergreen repeat content for you coming up to round out the last couple of hours of the stream. And we'll be back with you guys in the morning for the news show, bright and early, starting at 7:30. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace out.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Fast transactions are fact. The leading L2 is making maxes.
And the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STXTX on the Bitflow pool. and through that you can supply only your STSTX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with their SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys will not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives I hope my screen is visible, that gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also I'm going to add this for clarity, also with experience in would reward for The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of let's say a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or 6 hands or 6 fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone under? So next, it analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So, and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lighting of the image, I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also given me the camera settings. That's also this. And then it gave me final output, and it says here this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to seems creative and unrelated similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives out a kangaroo with humanoid feature that's hands and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try Imagen for portrait image.
Is it possible to make the kangaroo like somehow more Bitflow, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, must first know what Bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to Bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black, yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to manot kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the Imagen for Ultra, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video, because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more better way, but I don't think it's worth that. Let me check. Pixels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we got. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to like, yeah,
what I'm thinking is, one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms, and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
Yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it. due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the Bitflow image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what, sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So, mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is still the best. Because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. Now. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, while others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to actually create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Arena. LM Arena basically allows you to create an image without any updating or try to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to also add the fact that this is the image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out our last prompted. So since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about the about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to us. So I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric wave stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you post that on social media just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it. There's a record of it, and I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the count with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
Oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the situation in Discord. Let me try to continue. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I understood that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read the interest rate. So it's going to take you to the situation Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTS in Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTS in Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM Arena to see. Oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the orange shirt, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video, so we're going to try to use video to, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation involved. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with acceleration aspects. And although this is just for show, it is not like a normal web prompt. You don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. You also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lighting, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say let character work with camera move. Let character work. Why? Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about prompt, so I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploaded a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16 by 9, the image is cut in half. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSN Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like inputs to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 1:1. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this. the video. So, okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of the worship I see. I'm going to use XMS for next mass. So I'm going to say trade on Restream. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, let's go there. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So, mind you, when you're working with flow, you can let your imagination run wild because flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination run wild, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with flow. So now another perfect aspect of flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload 2 different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like 2 distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these 2. So I'm going to tell make this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So So my video is ready. I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like we put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it, so it doesn't seem like it's, So I'm now going to, you can also create image with Flow, but that is less used on Flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see. Using for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I say after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are fighting with the silvers. But yeah, let's check this one out. Alright, was that too much? And you can see that although it's not like super perfect, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at good. Okay, so it seems like our engine is created. So I'm going to play this and see what it. So this came out as good as I thought it would, but the second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now, because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Team Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So
yeah, ask.
When you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. So you get that's one of the uses of that's one of use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
All right, so without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah,
it's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been a rock star. You've been making the circuit. Yes. You've been on every. I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history. But we met up at the, I thought, I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right. So I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House. And that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friends. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks Hacker House, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon, or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the hack. Submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year, and I didn't have enough time to work on that. But I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on stacks. I want to get hands-on on stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction, X402. A lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to be able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, it's BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent. Maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatic way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module. right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with B2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least, not sure if any other networks, but I think with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created, it's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on the stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for, but they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why, for security reasons, they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin, but that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can have its own token. So I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this, because now let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token, but they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like, I have any token and I need to convert that token into stable coins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically, this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC, I don't have enough USDC right now, the protocol can give me credit so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
So yeah, I'm just just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple